All right. Welcome into 2025. Gwynn and Chris back at it here on 97.3 The Fan. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Matt Skraby. It is a new year, but before we go any further, guys, I must tell you that some things never change. And I've returned to work to find out that my password to the computer has expired. So it may be another hour or two before you see me on the YouTube video today, because I have to get into this computer and it won't let me.
That is fantastic.
Right? So, I mean, it never changes. Some things don't change. Skraby's losing his mind already because
I can't do it.
He calls me his dad.
I did not, but you're
yes,
not
you
like...
do.
I'm not saying that you're my dad.
You're saying I'm as dumb as your dad.
I
and
never
that means
said...
you're saying that your dad's dumb, by the way.
Thanks for...
I hope he's listening.
Oh, wow. Okay. He just texted me, too, so he's listening.
Yeah, see?
The whole thing is, Chris, just because your password is lost doesn't mean that it should break your entire day.
I know, but it's not letting me into the computer because I'm trying to get a new password. I'm trying to confirm my, you know what I mean. It's a battle over here. So I'm here in voice. Tony and Skraby, can you see them? Can we see you guys? All right, good. I'm here.
I think my camera's a little off
in studio, but I'm going to be fighting with this computer. Now, part of this has to do with the fact that we have like 3 minutes between shows, and anybody who's ever been able to, can you change your password and confirm a whole new password in less than 3 minutes, Scrab?
Sure, I could.
All right, well then come over and do mine because it's not working for me.
I'll see with my MacBook, it'll suggest a password, and that's how you can do it pretty quickly. Now I don't know if these computers we have in here do that. So I would say no, you can't do it in 3 minutes.
I'm nowhere near being ready to be on screen, so I apologize to all of you who must see me. You're going to have to listen to me. What is ridiculous? Me?
Yes.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
It's not you. It's just...
It's him. It's not you, Chris. It's him.
I spent 2 peaceful weeks by myself, and I'm back to the nightmare I was in before. You guys got nothing for that?
Welcome back, Matty.
Thank you.
Welcome
thank
back.
you.
Well, it's,
we got Skraby show tonight. We're ready to go.
That's what you signed up for. You're going to have Skraby shows every day for a while here.
Yeah.
We got 4 full hours with you.
Sure.
There's a whole ton of stuff to talk about, of course. Over the last few weeks, the NFL playoff picture is completely set. The college football playoff Final Four is completely set. And the San Diego Padres roster for 2025 is not completely set. Yes, let's keep it. Let's hope that it's going to be set at some point. But if you were away for as long as we were away and wondering, tune in to Gwynn and Chris to find out everything that the Padres did over the holiday break. You didn't miss anything because the Padres really didn't do anything at all. So they're sitting where they're sitting. We're all waiting on pins and needles, basically, for Sasaki to make his mind and his decision.
January 15th.
January 15th. That's the day you say it's going to happen, huh, Scrape?
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to happen on that day, but that's the day he's allowed to... All the teams are allowed to get their money back to spend on the international free agency market.
Right.
But I this whole time, I'm like, everybody's reporting these things. I know where he's going. Oh, he can't... He's saying he doesn't want this. No one knows anything until he makes his decision, in my mind.
All right, well, we'll see. Maybe somebody knows something, but you know what? I have a feeling that of all of the people reporting on this, and there's hundreds, I have a feeling like 2 or 3 people know. We just don't know which 2 or 3 people those are.
Sasaki and his agent.
So we don't know who to actually believe on this. So we just have to kind of wait with the rest of you.
Should we just go ahead and deal with the elephant in the room?
Well, there is some news, yes.
We should just jump into it because
none of us want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. So, Tony, if you want to go ahead and talk about it, please do.
Ultimately, there isn't a whole lot that can be said, but we are very aware of what has taken place today with really started with a tweet from Shield Seidler today. And if you want to know what she had to say, you can go to X and see her full statement. But there is a lawsuit. The Padres to this point have not spoke on it. And so we'll leave it there. All of the things, including, I should say, all the things that have to do with the Padres, I think right now are kind of up in the air because all of that has to kind of, play itself out one way or another.
Yes, we are aware that there's a lawsuit. It's out there. There isn't anything we know more about it than you might know or have read. And there isn't a whole lot more we can say about it, nor will we say anything about it because we just simply don't know.
And we do treat these situations the same regardless of the Padres and other organizations.
I just felt like, considering the obvious tentacles to this, right? I mean, we are clearly the flagship station of the Padres. And, as much as I want to get into the roster and what wasn't done from the time we left till now, I just felt like it was kind of weird for us to proceed without at least addressing it. Now we can kind of move the show forward.
It may very well explain why there hasn't been a whole lot of movement with the Padres, and then again, maybe it doesn't explain. Yeah. So we'll just all have to see how these things work out. It can be sticky. It can take a while.
We learned about this when you learned about this.
And that's, you bring up a point. I will say when I was a Dodger, that brief time, they, at the time, I believe the McCourts were going through a divorce. Nothing.
Okay, so Frank McCourt owned the team, right? Before the Dodgers had more money than everybody on earth.
Before this new
there was
ownership
actually a time when they had a kind of an ownership that was a little bit shaky.
It was old school, just one person,
one guy, and all of his money got tied up in a divorce.
Yeah, him and his wife.
And for at least a few years there, the Dodgers couldn't be the Dodgers.
No, they could not. So that's not to say that this is the same situation, but it's going to develop, and we'll as it goes along, we'll probably have more for you as more comes to light.
Yeah, and I'm getting questions on the chat like what was said in the statement, and it's a very long statement, so you could just go to her Twitter or go find a news story out there. Shield Seidler, you'll be able to find the statement. It's not hard to find.
Mrs. Seidler, I think fraud is involved in it, and there's some other things that are.
There's a lot of things alleged in there. Alleged is the key word at this point, alleged. Obviously. So, that's why we're not going to comment on a bunch of stuff that's alleged. Let's hopefully let that play out. Yeah. And hopefully it'll play out sooner rather than later, because I think it is fair to assume, or at least think, that this could be holding a lot of things up that the Padres are trying to do. So, but we don't know for sure. There was a sad story during the break concerning the Padres. That was the passing of Ricky Henderson. And I know that happened right after we went off, and I know Tony, Ricky, well, first, Skraby and I will never forget the story of your mom.
It's the first thing I thought of.
Me too. Making Ricky come on our radio show when we were broadcasting from Cooperstown.
It was an assist from Tony Gwynn Jr.'s mom and Ricky Henderson's wife. That's all I'll say about that.
Well, Ricky said, absolutely not. I'm not doing your show.
To me, yes.
Until Tony Gwynn's mom said,
"You're going to go on my son's show?
You are getting on that show. You better well be getting on that show." And next thing we know, Ricky came flying down the stairs, and he was on the show. I'll always remember that. But I didn't really realize, Tony, how close, tight you and your family was with Ricky. So, condolences, to you and anybody close to Ricky. I think he touched everybody, but he touched, you and your family a little bit more. So
yeah, that was definitely tough. When you don't expect it to happen.
Yes.
Those are the toughest ones to deal with. And obviously, Ricky touched people beyond just myself. I mean, that's how good he was. That's how fantastic his ability was, is that he was one of those guys in the 90s that everybody talked about. In the same way you talk about the Judges and the Trouts of the world and some of the top tier talent. That's who Ricky was. He'll go down as one of the greats of all time, for sure.
Not to interrupt anything having to do with Ricky, but I got myself on the stream.
He's there, and
in like 9 minutes. I did it in like 9 minutes. Come on, guys! I deserve a little credit for that.
You know what I was typing? As soon as I saw your thing came up, I was trying to put a banner on the bottom saying Chris forgot his password. He'll be on shortly.
I didn't forget my password. They changed it over the break, and I had to get a new one. And it's always difficult to re-sign up.
I'm so happy you changed the industry right there, because I was getting real sad talking about Ricky.
Did you did you know that anything was going on?
No, I knew. I didn't know that he was, dealing with pneumonia.
Because it seemed like it came out of
pneumonia is
nowhere.
a scary thing, guys.
It sound everything that I gathered. It came out of nowhere, completely unexpected.
Yeah, I thought one of the best tributes to Ricky, and there were a lot of them, came from, now unfortunately I can't remember which baseball writer it was, but the baseball writer referred to himself in the third person the entire tribute and suggested that all of us talk like, Chris is here. Chris got his...
Nate Taylor says, Ricky says, rest in peace, Ricky.
Right, exactly. That's kind of what the whole tribute was. So, yeah, he's the greatest, man. He it's funny because he said I was the greatest of all time, and everybody kind of laughed and gave him a little flack for it. He wasn't really lying.
He wasn't.
He was the greatest of all time. There's no leadoff hitter that's ever going to be even close. Come on. Steals, runs scored, home run, leadoff homers, batting average, 3,000 hits, games played. Come on. There's no one ever going to even approach it.
He had his own rally, the Ricky rally. That's a single, a stolen base, and whatever you did to get him in, that's him producing runs virtually on his own. And he did that for a long time.
Yeah, and they knew he was going to steal second, and they knew he was going to steal third, and they couldn't stop it anyway.
Couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the pressure that he was able to put on a pitcher, because a pitcher knew if he walked him, it was a triple.
That's
a triple you just gave up.
Especially come postseason when everything is even more magnified. He did some of his best work during that time.
No, Ricky was one of a kind. He will certainly sorely be missed. There's no question. We will get into a little more deep dive into the Padres and what what hasn't happened and where they may go from here, during this off season. But we'll do that at the bottom of the hour. So we're going to talk a little bit deeper on the Padres. We're going to certainly do a recap of everything that happened in the NFL yesterday. We have our good and bad and ugly coming up in the 3 o'clock hour today. And the college football playoff, which has taken a ton of flack since we last left it. The fact that the first 4 games were all blowouts, pretty much one-sided. And
I can't wait to talk about this.
You're right. And every game was terrible. And what was Clemson and what was SMU, especially in Indiana? What were they even doing in the tournament? According to the SEC people of the world, only to see pretty much the SEC get wiped out, not only of the tournament, but wiped out in all their bowl games.
Yeah,
I mean, all of these teams lost.
The two next best teams got wiped out.
They all lost anyway, so that quieted everybody down in a hurry. And then, the fact that you had the 4 teams that had byes all lose in the second round, which gets everybody thinking, well, that was not an advantage. So we'll talk a little bit
wild
deeper
card.
into
I think
that.
we're finding case studies coming together.
I don't, because it didn't work out last year.
Yeah,
not every year it's going to work, but it seems to be working more often than not.
It's sports, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we will talk. We'll talk more in depth about the college football playoff. I realize the Dolphins did not make the playoffs. The fact that we got to the last game of the season and they even had a chance to was shocking to me.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that would happen. The 49ers kind of whimpered out of the season. And
whimpered? You mean gave up completely?
I know. I didn't
6-11?
I know. I didn't even get a chance to, have my moment in the sun when the Dolphins beat them. But it really didn't matter as it turned out. Well, neither team was going anywhere this year.
When you find out you've missed the playoffs 5 minutes before kickoff, I think it takes a little wind out of your sails.
Did I see the stat correctly? That over the last 12 years or something like that, the 49ers have either reached the NFC Championship game or further, or have missed the playoffs entirely.
I think you're right.
It's been one or the other.
Yeah.
And this year was they missed the playoffs
My defense
entirely.
Is this.
Strange.
The 49ers, since 2021, have played 12 extra games in the playoffs alone, and their team was tired.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can't
because
go to
they're
break
so
right now.
good.
Point that out.
What?
We can't go to break right now. We're in that weird.
We're in the gray area.
We're in the gray area, so we got to keep going now. Just want to point that out.
All right. How was your guys' break?
My break was it was fantastic. Got to spend some quality time. Did some bowling a couple times. That was fun.
You went bowling?
Yeah. Showed off.
Are you Mookie Betts?
No, not even
quite.
Close.
Not to that level.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send some video to Skraby. He can post it up of my drive-by bowling Get the the last pin up. I just gotta knock it down. I got like 4 clips of me just rolling balls right by it. Didn't get that 10th pin.
You didn't get the
I
spare?
didn't get the spare.
The good news is you got a 9. The bad news is it's going to be really difficult to get that last one.
Do you bowl left-handed or right-handed?
Right-handed.
It's so weird.
Why would he bowl left-handed?
I do
'Cause isn't he
nothing
lefty
left. I
hitting?
do
He's a
nothing
lefty
left.
hitter, but he doesn't.
Yeah, I do
he
nothing
doesn't
left-handed. Other
throw
than
or do anything
so
with his
crazy
right
to
arm
me.
or his left arm.
Just swinging anything, I do with left hand.
You know what Chris did during the break?
What did he do? I'm scared to ask that.
Not watch the movies that I asked him to watch.
Oh, is that
You know what I did
right?
during the break?
You watched the
Watched
movies
all
crazy.
3 of the movies that
Oh.
Chris asked me to watch.
I watched one. So
He only gave
and Skraby said that was the best of the 3, and
It
I was
was.
like, I knew it was. That's why I didn't watch the other 2.
I took this homework assignment and it worried me.
I
during
can't
the
wait
break.
to hear you about your
Reports.
finished product. Yeah.
I have a feeling our reports on the movies we were forced to watch are not going to be as uplifting as we think they are. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if Skraby liked any of the movies I had him watch.
He watched all 3, so
Not a boy.
I will
Skraby.
say
You're a good boy.
that I've never seen Grace Kelly in like a movie before, but she's good. She's a good actress. She
Grace
would
Kelly?
fit in
Yeah.
today. Like she has the same look as women in Hollywood today. I'm just saying she's attractive, Tony.
There you
is
go.
what you're giving me the eyes for.
I was trying to see
I'm trying to
where you're
roundabout way say she's attractive.
Princess Grace. That was Princess Grace back in the day.
Yes.
All right. We'll talk about. We got so much to get to. We're gonna miss. Gonna do our Chris versus the fans a little later. I want to thank a variety of different people that I run into over the break and at Christmas parties and gatherings of that nature. I don't know what happens when people recognize you guys, but when they recognize me, it's always, "Hey, I love Chris versus the fans." That's the in that I get from pretty much everybody.
That's the conversation
That's
breaker
good.
right there.
That's the conversation breaker is, Chris versus the fans. So I want to thank everybody, and I invite everybody who says that to me to play and start playing. But a lot of people, seem to like our show. So I'm really pleased and want to thank everybody who we ran into over the break who said nice things. We hope to keep it going here in 2025. In fact, we plan on keeping it going. Big Five, etc. Daily Gambit, Gwynn and Chris. We now can go to break on San Diego's #1 sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ben Higgins.
What up, though? 2:23 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Cello, Matthew Skraby, back from a long 2-week break. Skraby, for one, thought it was too long. Chris and I, on the other hand, didn't think it was too long.
I had to be
at all.
reminded to come to work today, so that's where I was.
The only reason I say it was too long is because Thursday, Friday, I had played all the video games I could play. I've done all the driving that I could do.
There was a lot of holiday stuff happening the last 2 weeks, though. You know,
Yeah,
you
man.
had celebrations and Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and had a road trip or two with the Aztec women.
I saw Chris over the break.
Tony came to the game on Saturday. We
Oh.
were excited to see him out at Viejas Arena. They put him up on the big screen there. You know, he can't go anywhere without being up on the big screen.
It's funny.
He gave his little wave, and then he was like, all right, that's enough.
I have my 2 daughters
Yeah, he
and
was
my
like-
son with me, and they were like, they were trying to get out of the way. I was
Right,
like,
they didn't want to be on the
don't
screen.
move, you stay right there, just like
you
I have
be on
to.
the screen like I have to. Yeah. So he went to the game. They
I was
lost.
over- I was
they
over-
lost the game. I was bummed
Yeah.
because I really wanted to take you into the locker room, let the kids meet some of the players. But after losses, man, that's not an easy thing to pull off these days.
I was
so.
0 for 2 on Aztec visits. I went
Yes,
to
you
the
lost
Utah
the
State
Utah
game.
State game as well. They're
And
not going to
then-
have you back at Viejas Arena
They
anymore.
very well might not.
No.
But I did get a chance to see the 2 young ladies that came up
Yeah.
and visited with us. They both played well. Naomi, in particular,
She's good.
She's good.
Yeah.
She is a prepared
She's
freshman.
a baller.
Yeah, for sure.
For a young player. So anyway.
So,
We could talk about all this all we want. All anybody wants us to do is get into the dig into whatever this is going on with the Padres.
I understand it.
That's what everybody wants us to do.
our
so.
friend Alden Gonzalez, first one out
So
the
we're
gate
going to blame Alden for this.
with the initial article. And I'll just read you some of the excerpts out of his article.
The headline, which he doesn't write, by the way, but the headline says, "Wife of late Padres owner Peter Seidler sues for control of team." So if you're just tuning in and you're wondering, what is everybody talking about? That is the headline to this article.
And one of the excerpts says, as the holder of the largest individual ownership stake in the San Diego Padres and the sole beneficiary of the Seidler Trust, which possesses exclusive rights with respect to control of the franchise, I am seeking to be named the control person of the Padres, Shield Seidler wrote as a part of that statement.
Right. She
So-
goes on to say that they have done so by misleading Shield. This is the people that she's suing, which are brothers
the two
of
brothers,
Peter
yeah.
Seidler. So this is who the suit is after. And it says they have been misleading her. This is the lawyer speaking, or the complaint saying, and engaged in conflicted transactions, egregious acts of self-dealing. When Shield began expressing concern and questioning their actions, they responded by demeaning and attempting to intimidate her, et cetera, et cetera. They are trying to erase Peter's vision and legacy. Anyway, this is going to it sounds pretty messy, honestly, when you read this stuff. And, you know, this is only the first salvo that's been out there. I imagine that the brothers will probably respond
I was about to say, at some
these
point-
allegations.
At some point, the leaders of the organization right now will eventually have something to say about this, I'm sure.
Yes, they will. So we're going to have to sit back and watch this play out. And again, how it's going to affect the Padres moving forward in the near future, anybody's guess, honestly, right now. So that's what we know. Now you know what we know. So stop badgering Skraby on the chat.
It's fine. I totally understand it.
Just a real quick before
Yeah, go for it.
the bottom part of the article highlights that the complaint includes what is said to be a handwritten note from Peter Seidler listing the priorities of a control person in the event of his death, with Shield and the 3 children listed at the top. So more to come. That's all we know. That's all we got for you guys on the topic at this point. That being said,
if there's any more developments, we will bring them to you. And then at Skraby Show tonight.
You'll read all that again.
No. yeah, but no, yes, you're right. I was just thinking, like, Tonight, I'm going to say I've learned my lesson.
The Skraby Chronicles has no guardrails without Chris and Tony here. So this is just
You could go wobbling off the course at any moment.
Well, I do like my job, and I do like it being employed here. And it's like I have cast doubt and shamed people or organizations before without knowing everything. So you know what? In 2025,
you're taking a different approach now.
I am going to wait for the facts.
All right, mark that down, Tony.
228.
Yeah, it's January 6th. I say you don't make it to January 8th.
I say I don't make it till the end of the show.
Yeah, before you say
But
something you shouldn't.
I have to look at the facts. Because, this whole thing with Skip Bayless and Joy Taylor and the hairdresser and Fox Sports, like, no one knows what's going on there. Is Fox Sports speak for yourself talking about it? No, because...
I see where you
Well, you're just throwing something in there that nobody knows what you mean now.
I think everybody knows about the Skip Bayless
Everybody
lawsuit.
knows about this?
I think a lot of people know about the Skip Bayless lawsuit.
Skip's getting sued.
Skip is getting sued because he propositioned his hairdresser according to the hairdresser in the lawsuit that she filed.
And she's a Fox employee.
How old is Skip?
60-something, I'm thinking. He did a response video today with a Cowboys hat on. I was like, Skip, you don't get it, do you? You do not get it, Skip.
Skip is a wild man.
Well, Joy Taylor, the former co-host of that show, is getting slammed with a lot of allegations that are, don't make her look all that good at the moment.
Twitter
there's a
is-
lot happening there.
Yeah, Twitter is a tough place to be with any allegations, whether true or false.
Right.
Because they're going to always go with the most salacious part.
Ask our old friend Matt Ariza whether people read this stuff and think it's true or false or
100%.
even care.
100%.
They just assume it's true.
Yeah, that's another lesson I've learned in my life is to not overreact to things I don't know, because in the end, the police determined he was not even there at the time of the crime. So
That
is right.
That case in itself gives me pause. It's a quick reminder about how you probably should keep your mouth shut till you know everything. That being said, we will not be keeping our mouth shut about the state of the Padres in terms of the roster, people. Roster questions only, roster topics only. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Hi, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. We are underway for 2025, and the usual mishaps have already taken place. Took me 10 minutes to get on the YouTube chat screen because my password was changed.
But you did it.
I finally did it, but
You
I mean,
did
it was
it.
a typical, it was a mess for me to get through it. And Skraby lost his mind already. We haven't even been on.
was very
like
calm.
we haven't been into the year. I mean, you know what? You should channel. We'll hear this later from JJ Redick, I think, talking about the Charles Barkley argument that's going on in the NBA between Barkley and the Laker coach. But JJ Redick said something about his resting heart rate being 64.
Yeah.
And Skraby heard that when we were playing it earlier. Said 64. I've never been at 64.
No,
and that's true.
He can't.
For you.
No,
You can't slow.
currently
He said
sitting
it
here, I'm 73. I got a new Pixel
You
watch,
actually can
everybody.
see this?
So,
Looks good on you.
75
odd.
is lower than I would expect for
73,
you.
yeah.
You just
That's
went
odd,
up to
it's black.
75.
yes. There's nothing else that I do.
Could you do
it
us a
has to be
favor?
black.
Could you do us a favor the next time you lose Chris versus the Fantabulous Game Show? Could you tell us what your resting heart rate is at the end of one of
I
those
could do
games when
that.
you're throwing
I could
stuff
definitely
across
do
the
that.
studio?
I could definitely do that.
Right. We'd
Yeah, when
appreciate that.
I looked at my watch earlier when I heard Chris go, "Oh,"
You know what's funny?
which is him struggling with the computer sound.
I
Yeah,
will
that
give
is.
I will give Skraby some credit because when you said I'm not going to be on the screen, usually that would have sent him into oblivion.
I know. He didn't completely fall out of it.
He didn't even blink at you at when you said that. So
He
that
didn't
was good.
completely lose it. That was good. But we are all on the YouTube chat and screen now. By the way, if you don't know about it, the YouTube, we're there every day. Search Gwynn and Chris, and you can watch the show as we go along. What happened? I heard an uh-oh.
I took off my AI follow camera here because I put my wave to
That
the-
is an uh-oh.
I waved to the folks out there. I just did it again.
All right. Baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com. Get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro. Sounds like another device that I would not be able to know how to operate
It's got AI.
properly. During the break, though, Corbin Burns,
Here you go.
former Cy Young Award winner, right? Signed with the Diamondbacks. Teoscar Hernandez,
Here you go.
30-plus home run, 100 RBI guy, back with the Dodgers. Walker Buehler, guy that people thought might be gettable for a season. $21 million to the Red Sox. I can understand why the Padres passed on that, honestly. Jock Peterson, he's finally out of the NL West. Wasn't
been a
like
while.
with
Good
every
riddance, Jock.
Yeah, wasn't he with every team in the NL West?
He's played for the Giants. He's played for the Diamondbacks. He's played for the Dodgers.
Everybody but
Yeah.
the Rockies, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the Rockies couldn't afford him. He's now with the Rangers. Paul Goldschmidt is a Yankee. Even Ha-Sung Kim.
Can we talk about this real quick?
Which one?
Ha-Sung Kim.
Ha-Sung. It's not Ha-Sung, not our
no, it's
Ha-Sung
Ha-Sung.
Kim that went to the Dodgers. It's Ha-Sung Kim, who's now a Dodger.
I'm not one for the hysteria of the Dodgers and them doing, but I do find it kind of funny that Ha-Sung Kim signs, and all of a sudden, Ha-Sung, this is an unbelievable signing.
Now he's the greatest Korean infielder ever to come over.
It's nobody was saying anything prior to
Nobody
them knowing
seemed
the
all that
Dodgers,
interested
right.
in this guy before this happened.
Now
I
it's
agree.
the greatest signing. Oh, just a great
Yeah.
signing for the Dodgers.
I guarantee you there's a few Padre fans out there who are convinced that
Hey.
Ha-Sung Kim is now a Dodger.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. When
So-
I didn't catch it
Yeah.
clearly
I
across
had to
my
double check
phone.
it.
Huh?
I saw Kim. I was like, no
Oh, man,
way.
the Dodgers got him there. I'm actually hearing a lot of stuff that says the Padres might circle back around and end up getting Ha-Sung Kim
Since-
again.
listen,
I've heard that many
this is-
times here recently.
This is the segment for it.
You never
And
know.
I think there are a lot of things that are playing against the Padres right now. Clearly, the National League West, division-wise, it was one of the best. It's probably
I know. Blake
the
Snell,
best.
Dodgers. We just
Burns.
mentioned Burns, Diamondback. Josh Naylor, Diamondbacks. Willie Adames, Giants. I mean, the division's getting better, unfortunately.
So I'll say this: those are amongst the many things that haven't gone the Padres' way. But if I was to find an optimistic point in this, is that Jerickson Profar has not signed.
Right?
Ha-Sung Kim is not signed.
That's right.
And that would lead me to believe that maybe
They're still in the running.
the market is not quite for those guys what they thought it would be.
And that is what A.J. Preller is waiting on. He's done this before.
Right.
I mean, we're all impatient. We want them to do something now because everybody else is doing something now. But I got to believe that the Padres, whether you want to call it pinching pennies or not, I think they're waiting for some value to come available.
Typically,
and it takes time for value to be available, and that's why they're waiting. I think whether this is good or bad, or you like it or not, I think that's what's happening.
That is typically when value shows up, is towards the end, even into spring training.
Right, when a guy now wants to play, and
itchy.
Yes, some of his demands go down a little bit.
So I think that's kind of the I think that's the optimistic view of this. Obviously, none of those people I just mentioned addressed the biggest need of the Padres, which is starting pitching. We'll find more about that with Sasaki come January 15th. But I get why people at this point on January 6th are feeling a little, squeamish about what they've seen. It's not that the Padres have gotten worse. It's really that everybody else outside of the
who officially have the Padres completely lost from last year's roster. Kyle Higashioka has signed with the Rangers.
Yep.
Tanner Scott's still out there.
That's what I mean. Who else have they officially lost? 100% is gone.
Yeah, I think the longer
Elias Diaz.
He's a Yankee.
Where'd he get up? I don't know where.
He's somewhere big.
Elias ended up.
Remember, but okay.
Either way, I'm saying the longer these names go,
the more
without being signed.
I agree with you. The longer that you don't hear these guys get signed, the better opportunity it is for them to come back here.
Yep.
I agree with that. Obviously, Dylan Cease, Luis Arraez, those names have been talked about in potential trades, but
I saw Luis's name pop up for the Yankees have checked in apparently with the Padres.
All right, well, if they want to give us another haul, I don't want to lose Luis Arraez, don't get me wrong, but I didn't necessarily want Soto to go either until I saw everything that they ended up getting back.
Here's the thing is if the pitching is not going to improve, you're going to 1,000% need the offense to be at least, where it was last year from that standpoint.
I still, look, the Padres are still listed by ESPN, and I don't know whether they are any smarter than the rest of us, but as a top 10 team in Major League Baseball as of right now. That's with all the signings and everything that's happened. Padres are still coming off a 93-win season. They haven't lost that much.
I was just about to say, how do you agree with that?
How do I agree with that?
Like that they're the top. You just said that they're ranked as a top 10 team. A top 10 team.
Yeah. I agree with that.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, I would say 15 to.
Well, here's
they just don't
You're
have
dropping
the pitching.
them that far?
They don't have the pitching.
Who don't they have?
Joe Musgrove, number one. They need another starter. They need some guys in the bullpen.
Right now, their starting rotation is still Cease.
I would say
at the top, still Darvish,
the majority,
still King.
The majority.
I mean, you're going to tell me they don't have anybody? Sorry,
it's all good. The majority of guys that of teams that have gotten better were teams that were arguably already in the top 10. They might have already
been ahead of them.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
The Dodgers, the Yankees. I think
the Mets. These are teams that already rank
already
above
in the
them.
top 10, right? So I mean, I don't know. They may not be right at 10, but they're not far off of where they were. They got to solidify that bullpen. They got to get a starter. But there's still too many pieces on the board for, I think, to be making any top 10 rankings at this point.
Yes, there are. But they have to do it. And I have to. And I pay for that service, the extra ESPN Plus, so I have to click on it.
I'm not a doomer,
I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. What?
Would you guys call me a Padres doomer? That's what the nickname for people who are always negative.
I don't think you're a doomer. You're somewhere in between doomer and whatever the lower tier is.
No, I think doomer is the lowest tier.
Okay, so we did the highest. The next one up.
Higher than doomer, but okay, not quite doomer, but not quite like
whatever
supporter.
Whatever the next one is above it.
I don't think I'm a Padres doomer. I think I'm realistic. So,
no. Realistic
Chris's
and
answer,
you has never come in the same sentence before. You're never realistic about any of this stuff.
I told you guys before we went on break.
You did say you were going to feel some type of way if nothing happened.
No, I said I'm going to try to keep it together. And I've kept
gonna
it together.
try. It's we're an hour into the first show.
45 minutes.
Not
Give
even
yourself
an
some
hour.
more time. Meanwhile, the rich have gotten richer, right? I mean, during the break. I mean, the Dodgers. We just talked about what they've done, and I mean, the money that they have already spent is incredible. I mean, Teoscar, Blake Trinan have all been re-upped. Tommy Edman, $74 million.
Everybody's deferring.
You know,
money.
and they're deferring all this money.
Oh, is that
and
starting
then
to bother you, Tony, a little bit?
No,
not
yeah,
at all.
I heard
Yeah,
a
but
little bit in your
I heard
voice.
a little bit there,
That
too.
was for you.
Oh,
That
okay.
was-
Wow,
Well,
you were
thank you.
pretending to be
Deferring
Skraby.
money again.
How dare they do that?
That's me.
What do you think of the Goldschmidt Yankees? Do you think Goldschmidt has a rebirth now? I mean, I don't know.
I think
he
that
didn't look all
ballpark-
that good last year. $12.5 million's a big.
I think that
It's a big risk.
He's gonna fit. He's gonna be put into a lineup where he doesn't have to.
He'll
be,
bat eighth.
He doesn't
on
have
that
to be the
team.
big guy.
That's true.
I think that ballpark suits what he does best, which is hit the ball the other way. You got a short porch and right. I think he's got good baseball left in him. I don't think he's washed.
Okay,
I know that. I know that humidity can start to beat on you when you're older, playing in St. Louis.
Just
every
watching
day.
those poor guys play in August.
It looks horrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, Max Fried also went to the Yankees, so that's another big move. Of course, Soto with the Mets. Sean Manaea re-signed up with the Mets, so they keep him. Arizona made the big splash with Corbin Burns. Josh Naylor, the former Padre, I think that's a nice pickup.
It's a good pick.
However,
for the
they
Diamondbacks.
lost Christian Walker, right? To free agency. I mean, I don't know, is that
Where do you go again?
Is that an even trade?
Houston. I don't think it's an even trade. I think Walker is the better player.
I think so too.
But if you can't have Walker, he was the best first baseman on the market.
No, good point.
I think this is a good move for them. I don't think it's an equal move in terms of you get.
I think the Astros got I think the Diamondbacks minus just a tad. Christian
do.
Walker's
for
underratedly
sure.
good.
And I think he's the best defensive first baseman in
Gold Glover.
all of baseball.
For
So,
sure. Cubs got Kyle Tucker. That was surprised a lot of people because the Astros supposedly never get rid of anybody, but that's just not true. The Astros have already gotten rid of Springer. They've gotten rid of Correa. They've gotten rid of pretty much everyone they've ever had.
Sounds like they're about to get rid of Bregman as well.
That's right.
They have shown no will to pay even their homegrown guys once they've become free agents.
Give them credit for having such a great farm system and
development. Yeah,
their development of the international pitcher is incredible to me. I mean, you look at the Christian Javier's, and he's just the tip of the iceberg. What is it? Urquidy? I mean, I can't even. All of these Astro guys. Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
Who was the guy who pitched the no-hitter for them last year? Another international pitcher, right-hander. Early in the season.
Blanco, right?
Blanco pitched a no-hitter. The Astros just keep bringing guys up. This is why they can part with Verlander and part with this and part with that. I give them a lot of credit for doing that.
They've certainly figured out the pitching side. I don't know that anybody's figured out the position player side. Like to keep cranking them out position players wise. They've done it in terms of getting these guys here. But the clock does run out. Position players are so much harder to develop and bring up.
Here's the other thing that we haven't really talked about from the Padres' perspective, because we spend a lot of time wishing we were signing people like the Yankees have and the Dodgers have and the Mets and everybody.
Right.
There are a bunch of other teams in the same position as the Padres, and good teams at that. Who have the Atlanta Braves added during the offseason?
They made some moves, right?
No.
None.
Nothing. The Braves have done nothing.
They've made some moves, right?
Their
None.
entire winter so far is getting rid of Jorge Soler. Now, the one thing the Braves could say in response to that is, well, we are going to add back Ronald Acuna and Spencer Strider from injury, but they haven't added anything. They've lost Max Fried and Charlie Morton both from their starting rotation. I'm not saying the Braves are a whole lot worse or better. I'm just saying that the Padres aren't the only good team out there that has been quiet. The Orioles, other than what they just did, Charlie Morton, they've been a little quieter.
They're on in conversations. I read to bring Castillo from the Mariners.
Well, that's another team that hasn't done much.
That's right.
So
I have a name that I can suggest in all my digging. I came up with one of the article was about top 15 free agents left where they're going to go, and this name popped out at me because the person said that the Padres are going to sign Alex Verdugo for left field if they don't re-sign Jurickson Profar. Now, it doesn't really excite me, but the blurb that they wrote does, he is an everyday left fielder or right fielder, whichever one.
I believe he was the last person in Major League Baseball to hit a home run last season.
Really?
Didn't he homer late in the deciding game against the Dodgers?
Bring him in.
Up too short.
Bring him in.
Short.
I don't remember.
I don't either.
What do you guys think about
homered,
Alex Verdugo if Jurickson Profar does not come back?
I think it'll be a decent fit for the Padres if they can't bring Profar. I think at this point you might be kind of disappointed. I think we went into the offseason thinking there wasn't much of a chance to bring back Jurickson.
I'm getting more and more hopeful.
You're right.
That Profar comes back, honestly.
And that's why I say at this point you'd be kind of disappointed if you don't end up bringing back Profar. And so, yeah, I think Alex is a good piece behind, the Profar option, considering that it seems like they don't have a ton of money to spend.
For those, though, that are arguing or that are complaining, or those that are, what did you call people that are the doomers?
The doomers, yeah.
Yeah.
Padres doomers.
For the Padre doomers out there, there's always this, though, to kind of rankle you a little bit. Even the Oakland Athletics have spent in free agency this offseason.
Tony has a good explanation for that, though. They had to.
They got, but
they're spending, though.
They had to spend because they were below the minimum.
Yeah. Well, they gave all their money to Luis Severino, so we'll see what happens with the Oakland. There's some other names. I see Santander's name come up. I don't think that's going to make it here.
He's going to make too much money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm pointing out names that people keep popping up. I'm like, that's a dream that's not going to happen.
He's got teams like the Blue Jays bidding on him.
Third leading home run hitter in all of baseball.
He's a switch hitter, too, on top of that. Red Sox. So you got those two teams that have been spending money. The Red Sox were trying to throw the whole organization at Soto, so they got money to burn. And so that price tag for Santander is going to just continue to rise. Yeah.
The name that I also like that we talked about a month or so ago, Jeff Hoffman.
Oh, yeah.
The, eighth inning guy for the Phillies who wants to be a starter and was an all-star last year. Could be a cheap alternative on the back end of the rotation.
I like Hoffman.
Yeah,
I liked him out of the bullpen.
Stuff.
Yeah. Now, as a starter, anything is possible when you got the pitching whisperer on your side.
And we've seen what happened with Seth Lugo, and we've seen what's happened with some of these other relievers turned starters, right? A lot of them have done quite well. So there's plenty of opportunities and options out there, but nothing yet for the Padres in the free agent market.
AJ Preller didn't sign Jurickson Profar to his 3-year deal.
Spring training.
Until spring training.
Yeah.
His 1-year deal, definitely spring training. His 3-year deal, before he went to the Rockies, was like January 20-something.
Yeah,
so he does his work late in the offseason.
So he does his best work, you could argue.
We hope.
He's also very good at finding the bargains on top of the bin.
What did I just say a little while ago? I thought sometimes I think you tuned me out.
He was typing over there. I don't think he was paying attention.
No, I just said that if you wait, you get the best deals. I said that like 20 minutes ago.
I was just saying it to sound smart, to be honest.
It's like Black Friday.
Okay.
All right, we got an hour of the season, the year under our belts. Hopefully hour number 2. We keep it rolling next.
3 o'clock. On the dial, Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. Gavin Lux is a red.
What?
Yes, Dodgers finalizing a deal.
Are you making disparaging remarks about Gavin Lux?
No,
He's a. I'm sorry,
man.
He's a red.
Not a red coat.
Cincinnati red.
Yeah, he's a red.
Okay.
He's not one of those people from the Holiday Bowl?
No. He's a red. He's a red leg.
I got it.
We don't know the details of that deal, but he is apparently going from the Dodgers
Jeff
to the
Passan
Reds.
has tweeted it out and has said further details when they're available.
Jeff is the guy that we definitely believe when he tweets something. Now, I know I said we were done with the Padres Shield Seidler issue, but we kind of read you some of her allegations. Kevin Acee also has a story out in the Union, and I'll just read you a quick excerpt from his article, and I'll find the part where it talks about, as you know, Peter's health started to decline, and this became a subject matter around the organization. People close to Peter Seidler contend that Shield was not going to be a part of, I guess, the leadership group in terms of who was running the everyday operations. And so when Peter was asked about that before he passed, he virtually said he wasn't getting into any of the details of it. But I had mentioned the handwritten note on Shield's side. This kind of speaks against that side in terms of what is to come. So just thought I'd get that part out there, make sure we're explaining it from both sides of the coin as we get more information. All right, that being said, let's get back to some more sports. This is the time of day where a daily gambit is in order. Or are we ready for a daily gambit? Got enough to gamble on today?
Oh, I'll find something.
I don't know. Chris will be like, we have tiddlywinks.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. Before we get into it, we have Speak for Yourself on TV in here, and Michael Irvin is wearing a sweater tied around his neck on TV. Now, this is really funny because one of my daily gripes coming up this week, I'm going to give a preview, is people who wear sweaters tied around their neck.
Who does that anymore other than
Michael Irvin?
Other than Mike, I haven't seen anybody do that in 30 years.
Really? I see it all the time.
You do?
And when you are someone who ties your sweater around your neck,
What does that
you
say?
think you are better than me.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Maybe he is flyer than you.
I didn't say flyer
Well,
because
maybe
he is.
that's what he's trying to.
No, you just think, oh, look at that minion over there. He doesn't even know how to tie a sweater around his neck. Why do you need a sweater around your neck on TV?
Maybe you're hot.
What is the sweater around your neck
Maybe
doing?
you're hot and you can't take it off and just throw it to the side. So
Maybe your neck's cold.
Maybe your neck's exactly.
But now that you've said that makes you better, I'm going to start wearing a sweater tied around my neck in here to remind you that I'm better than you.
Oh man,
I never thought I would tie a sweater around my neck, but I might have to join you, Chris.
That's right.
Drill home the point.
M. McKee says it's fashion. Dominic says sweater tied around the neck is peak 80s bully fashion. Which is true.
It is peak 80s. Matter of fact, every movie that I can think of in the 80s, someone had a sweater tied around
It's
their
always
neck.
the rich
They
kid.
were definitely bullying somebody.
It's the rich kid coming back from tennis in his Ferrari who has
That's
a sweater.
a great call right there.
All right, that's it. I just had to get that out. Chris, what we got?
Well, before we get to what we have tonight, because there isn't a whole lot of action in sports on this Monday. No Monday Night Football, And that, for the first time in ages, I know, Tony, you have to stay till 6 o'clock tonight. Sorry.
We also have Monday Night Football next week.
Next week we will, because the playoffs, they play Monday night.
Playoffs?
But I thought we would give you the opening lines for the playoff games because they're out. Just get some. We'll have our picks later in the week and our projections and who's going to win, who's going to lose, and all of the way we do our NFL postseason picks.
Speaking of that,
yes.
Do we have a final score of our?
Yeah, it was 102 to 72.
I noticed you guys didn't keep up.
We didn't
over
even do
break.
it the last 2 weeks. I was disgusted and didn't put it together.
I kept waiting before that terrible Thursday night game between the Bears and the Seahawks. I kept waiting for that text.
No, I was like, I'm not going to put any effort into this. Tony's up by 30. There's no way I'm catching him. He's the champ. I salute you this year. But we start anew for the playoffs. The Chargers will play the first playoff game in Houston against the Texans. And the Chargers are favored on the road. A lot of belief in Jim Harbaugh right there to be favored on the road. I mean, it is still the Chargers. Justin Herbert's never won a playoff game.
They keep doing things that are very uncharger-like, though.
Well, and that's why I think they're favored. I mean, Houston has also fallen off a little
They
bit
have.
at the end, and I think people are not as hyped on them. We'll see. I was surprised that the Chargers were favored. I thought the game might be even, or Houston's at home.
I think the last 2 weeks the Chargers have had a chance to do something Charger-esque.
Well, they had a big chance yesterday because they played all their starters the entire game.
That's what I'm saying.
And I did see J.K. Dobbins limp off a couple of times, but he did come back in. So it seems as though they survived. Baltimore seems like a foregone conclusion over the Steelers. They're favored by 10.
Are we making these?
No,
bets right now?
I'm giving you the opening odds.
Okay.
I'm giving you the opening
What was
odds.
the
Because Skraby wasn't paying attention
No,
at all.
someone asked me, did someone win the Survivor or the Eliminator pool? And yes, they did.
Finally.
And I'm going to get the winner. We'll talk about it in a second.
Okay.
All right, Chargers are 2.5 on the road favored.
They're going to win.
Baltimore's favored by 10. Our market manager, Michael Valenzuela, he doesn't personally text me very often, but after they lost again the other night, he personally texted me that Mike Tomlin must go immediately.
Good. I hope he goes.
He has
I'm on the
never.
full-
I mean,
Hope he
Go,
goes.
Mike Tomlin.
Pittsburgh
Go.
Steelers have completely. They've lost 4 in a row. They're 10-point underdog to the Ravens. I wrote him back. Well, you're going to change your tune when they beat the Ravens, and he just about lost it when I predicted that.
I hope they lose to the Ravens. I hope they fire Mike
Tomlin and let somebody else have him.
Let somebody else get him, and then you can see how cheap your organization is.
Ask
every year.
ask Miami Dolphin fans how happy they are that Brian Flores is now a defensive coordinator with the Vikings and one of the best in the league. Buffalo's 8.5 over Denver. That was the spot that Miami would have been in had they made the playoffs. So I'm almost just as good that the Dolphins didn't make it. Let Denver go to Buffalo. The NFC spreads are all very close. Philadelphia is favored by 4.5 over Green Bay. Tampa Bay at home is favored by 3 over Washington. And Minnesota, next Monday night, is favored on the road at the Rams by 1.5. What happened to your guy Kevin O'Connell last night?
No, I think it was Sam Darnold. Was Sam Darnold?
I see. So for 17 weeks he's been great, and just last night he was terrible.
Did you watch the game?
I didn't watch the game.
Okay,
no.
you should have watched the game then.
I gave up on football after the Broncos got ahead 31-0 5 minutes into the game, and the Dolphins were eliminated. I passed on football.
He might have missed. And
He missed two touchdowns to
for sure.
Justin Jefferson.
It might have been more than that.
Yeah, it could have been more than that.
It could have been more than that.
He was
So
off
he just was
all
way
night.
bad.
I tell you
Okay.
what, for the Detroit Lions having 13 guys out on defense,
And Terry on
They held him to 9 points.
and they couldn't, they've been mentioning Hutchinson for however long. They had to bring pressure pretty much most of that game, and it was just a good game plan called. What's Detroit's defensive coordinator's name?
Aaron Glenn.
Aaron Glenn.
Oh, yeah.
He was down under pressure, and they did it so much early that it looked like Sam Darnold started. Remember that famous quote? I'm seeing ghosts.
He got,
Oh,
he
yeah.
got a little.
When he saw
He
ghosts,
started.
happy
That's
feet?
his happy. He's moved. I mean, by the end of the second quarter, he was seeing things that actually weren't happening.
there.
Well, he was also the Vikings had so many 4th and goals or 4th and 1s down near the end zone,
Yeah.
and they could not
It was
get the ball to
it was
Justin Jefferson.
it was the epitome of bend but don't break.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your guy Kevin O'Connell, or can he
No.
bounce back? Like the Vikings are now a 5 seed.
That's why
with a
I'm giving up.
14-3 record.
You go from the possible 1 seed to
I
the
know.
5
That's
seed,
a big change.
and you got to go through the gauntlet now.
Yeah.
You do have to go through the gauntlet. Who are they playing again?
They started out L.A. against the Rams.
At
See,
LA.
And the Rams beat them this year
They
up
did,
there
but
on
there
a
was
Monday
a big
night.
face mask penalty that wasn't called that helped the
well,
Rams win.
we'll see.
I have faith in my guy, my former high school teammate Kevin O'Connell? Yes, I do. And the reason is Justin Jefferson is that good, and he is not going to let them go down.
I just think the Eagles.
He is if they triple team him.
I think the Eagles and the Lions are just a tier higher than the Vikings.
We will see. We will see. The Eagles have to get by the Packers first, and I think that's going to be a good game. But we'll talk about the playoff matchups as the week goes on. All right, here's our quick picks for tonight. NBA, San Antonio Spurs at the Chicago Bulls. Spurs have improved to the point where they are actually favored on the road by 3 points over the Bulls. Tony, you're the NBA expert here.
Give me the Bulls.
But are you still watching the NBA,
Yeah,
Tony?
of
Because
course.
nobody else is.
I'm watching.
You're still paying attention.
It's getting good now.
It's getting good now. I saw the Celtics last night shot 8 for 40 in the second half.
I loved every bit of it,
Scored
too.
27 points and a half.
Them young dudes was going up for the Thunder, were going up and down, dunking the basketball after these long bricks that they were throwing up.
Celtics are throwing up threes.
Oh.
The Thunder, by the way, have won 15 in a row.
Yes.
If anybody's keeping an eye on
That's a
the
fun-
hottest team in sports right now, it's the Oklahoma City
If
Thunder.
if you enjoy basketball, that's a fun team to watch. They don't do it with a bunch of threes.
And Shea, what is it? SGA,
yeah.
man. That guy, he's now the front runner for MVP.
Yep.
Changes
Shea Gilchrist.
weekly, but he's the guy right now. Are you taking the Bulls, Skraby?
I saw a rumor
Huh.
that had your boy Lonzo Ball coming back to Los Angeles.
Well, they've been trying to trade him for months and months and months.
Bring him. He
And they've
looks-
also been trying to trade Zach LaVine for years and years and years. And the Bulls just seem like they just want to hang on to mediocrity forever. So we'll see if Lonzo goes back to the. Be advised if you get him back, he can only play like 10 minutes at a time. Then he has to come out of the game. He's
That's
still
fine.
not.
We'll bring him.
100% right.
We'll bring him along slowly.
I read
Okay.
something over the break that Lonzo thinks that his dad's shoes that he created, the big baller brand shoes, helped hurt his knee because they were such bad quality. He hated wearing those shoes, and his dad wanted him to wear the shoes.
Hey, I wouldn't put it past.
And so now he's not wearing the dad's shoes
He's
anymore.
been stopped wearing those shoes.
We don't
but
hear much from
No,
Daddy Ball
That's,
anymore.
that's what happens when your kids stop being kids and they become grown men. You can't.
And
just,
when they go to teams that don't ever win a game.
well, I think
hear from these guys.
we've stopped hearing from Mr. Ball as they have moved away from Los Angeles. They've gone to Chicago and Charlotte
Yeah, and overseas, I think.
and overseas. So there's not a lot for Pops.
Who do you like here, Skraby? We got to hurry.
Sorry, who's the worst ball, by the way? I can't remember his name. Spurs.
Giving 3
We're still
points.
on that bet.
Yeah, I'll take the Bulls. Minnesota 2.5 over the Clippers. I still say Minnesota got the worst trade ever.
Yeah,
The Karl Anthony Towns to the Knicks. I mean, it's made the Knicks great, and the T-Wolves are just not great anymore. Kawhi made his Clipper debut, by the way, Saturday.
that.
Does that mean he's
Good to
out
see.
tonight? I can't imagine he's playing tonight.
I didn't say it.
I did. Skraby, who do you like here? T-Wolves minus 2.5 over the Clip joint.
Clip joint.
People used to call him that.
I'm
remember
gonna
hearing
go. Anthony Edwards coming off of 50+ points.
That's true.
I'm going Minnesota.
I'm going to go with the Clippers. Minnesota's not all that this year. Tony?
Hey, let's go.
Oh, you never take the Clippers. You hate the Clippers.
Well, I might have taken the Clippers today, but I'm not. I'm taking Minnesota.
All right.
Not the
Who
Twins,
scores more
T-Wolves.
points tonight? Who scores more points? Ant-Man versus the Clippers or Wemby versus the Bulls? I go first. The Bulls haven't defended anybody since the Jordan era. But Wemby, Ant-Man seems like he would score more. I'll take Ant-Man.
Oh,
Tony?
Ant-Man.
Ant. Skraby?
I'll go Wemby.
I'll take Wemby. All right, we got one college basketball game. Houston Cougars 18.5 at home over Braden Suprenant University.
Come on, Houston.
Gonna go
Is that
Houston.
TCU?
That is Skraby.
Well, no, that's just more towards San Diego State having a victory, and we want
Yes,
them
you want Houston to do well.
just keep balling.
Exactly. Skraby, what do you want here?
I'll go
TCU.
Houston.
You're gonna go Houston. I'll give Braden a little love. I'll take the Horned Frogs.
And who did Tony take? I'm really behind today.
Houston.
he took the
I
Frogs.
took TCU.
No, I didn't take the Frogs. I took Houston.
No, I took TCU.
Yeah.
You guys took Houston.
Thank you
Houston.
for the H.
Aztecs, by the way, if you're wondering where they're ranked today after their big quad 1 win at Boise State Saturday,
28th.
yeah, they're not ranked. So, well, I guess unofficially you are the third team also getting votes.
Isn't USD playing really well right now?
No.
No,
They went to Oregon
I'm
State
sorry.
the other night and
not
lost.
USD.
UCSD's
yes.
lost only 2 games, I
That's
believe,
what I
all
thought.
year.
Yeah, USD
And-
is not playing well.
You know who the only team to beat Utah State is this whole season?
UCSD.
UCSD.
Yep.
And then the Aztecs lost to Utah State right after that. UCSD's having a really nice season. Good for them. All right. We got to wait a minute before we take a break.
No, we can take a break.
No, I think we gotta wait.
I don't know, Skraby.
We were told. We gotta.
I don't know, Jim.
Do you see all these rumors? Speaking of announcers, do you see the rumors that Tom Brady is going to step down after this year?
I really think he should.
What did
I just don't
tell
think it's
you?
worth
I don't think that he's that bad. I actually
No,
like Tom
not
Brady.
because he's that bad.
Because he's out of the game.
Just
The-
doesn't work.
the money. Remember, we had the whole thing about all the things he was going to have to give up
Yeah.
in order to.
He's not really getting to do the job.
He's not.
He's not. You're
It's
right.
probably boring as hell to him to just show up and just
And
talk.
he's so limited in what he can actually say.
Yeah.
He has to watch every sentence that he speaks. I think that's really tough.
I enjoyed. He did what game? He had the Tampa game.
Yes, yesterday.
I enjoyed listening to him get fired up when Baker made like a hell of a throw.
Oh, to Jalen
and you could
McMillan?
feel him like genuinely pumped that he just made
And impressed.
an impressive throw, right? I like that. I thought he got better, but I've always felt since we got the story came out about all the things that he wasn't able to do. He's not allowed to go into certain locker rooms. He's not like that's part of the lure of doing that
Plus,
job.
getting to hang out with other players.
Yeah, man, like
and
you get to stay
slap
close
hands.
to it.
Yeah,
That's
No,
not
to
the same.
hold the
part of
football
that
on the
job.
field and spin it in your hands. while
Right,
you're
he's
talking
down
to
there
everyone?
talking and having, shooting,
You think
whatever.
Tom would just be like throwing casual balls to the wide receiver?
I think he would.
Yeah, he would.
I
yeah.
think he would. So I get it. All right, let's get to break.
I would
We've-
be sad though because I really think he's good, and I think with another year, I think he could be really good. He's gotten a lot better this year, and he gives a lot of good things, like analysis. He gives
I agree.
a
I think
lot from his experience as a quarterback in the NFL.
He's got a lot to give. All right, we have hung on long enough. Let's get to break. On the other side, we have.
Black Monday in the NFL. I don't know if we're allowed to call it that. Sorry.
Why can't we call it Black Monday?
Because you can't say
Stephen-
anything in this day and age. That's why.
Stephen A. said he knows why they call it Black Monday today.
Oh, is that what he said? I didn't miss, I
Yes.
missed that. All right, let's get to break. We'll have the Black Monday on the other side. And the Dodge. We got some word on what the Dodgers' return was for Gavin Lux. More Gwynn and Chris. Here's some traffic.
From the 8
All right, 3:24 is the time. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Gwynn and Chris back at it here on 97.3 The Fan. Coming up, the bottom of the hour, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Final rendition for 2024 NFL regular season is now behind us. The Odyssey app lets you jump back to moments you missed on 97.3 The Fan. While you're listening, you can see what you missed and click to listen on demand. If you missed a guest, a feature, or if something crazy happened on the show earlier, like it always does on this show, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 97.3 The Fan, tap earlier today. That'll get you started. When I referee basketball, if a team calls timeout, you have to come report the timeout to the scorer's table. You have to say whether it's a full timeout or a 30-second timeout. You then have to say which team it is who called it, and then you have to say who called it. Well, if one of the teams is wearing black jerseys and the coach calls a timeout, I have to go over there and go, full timeout, black coach. And then I go to, and then I usually say, can't really say that anywhere else. So that speaks to what you were just saying about it being Black Monday in the NFL.
Yes.
Before that, though, Skraby, you said you were going to update the winner of the Survivor pool, because that's incredible. Did the winner go all the way?
They went to week 16 is
and
where
then they
it was
finally
won.
lost?
And then it was finally lost, yes.
But they were the last survivor.
Yes. Oh, no, week 17 was the last week.
Wow.
So in week 16, we still had 2 people left. We've had 2 people left for since week 12.
Quite a while, right.
And the person picked, one person picked Bills over Patriots, which happened 2 weeks ago, and then Packers over Saints on Monday Night Football. So they moved on to week 17. Week 17, someone fell for the banana in the Colts tailpipe.
Oh,
Against the
got
Giants?
him.
Against the Giants. So the person who won, I'll give the name in just a second. Chargers, they picked the Chargers over the Patriots, and the person who came in second was Colts over the Giants, which the Giants crushed the Colts.
Yes, they did.
And so, the winner of the belts,
Yes.
Mom Urka 13.
Okay.
Mom Urka 13.
Whoever you are, Mom Urka 13, it's pretty impressive that you went almost the entire season.
Urka?
MOMIRKA 13.
17 straight weeks picking the winner in an NFL game. Nicely
If you
done.
know Mom Urka, or if you are Mom Urka,
I know. We need to send them the belt.
please
We need to know
Call
who
us.
they are.
833-288-0973. I'm going to ask you questions, so don't call us and think you're going to
Yes, right. Hi, I'm Mom Urka 13. Yeah, I know that.
or go to me on social media or email me matt.skraby@odyssey.com.
You're going to be inundated here over the next couple of days. You know that.
I just cannot believe that ESPN has an app where I cannot message the person as the leader of
Hey,
the group.
That's not good
a lot of
planning on
people
their part.
in these days are very worried about security. And, maybe they don't want their information. And ESPN is just doing everybody a solid by not giving out their information.
Leader. It's not like I'm giving out everybody's
You might be a
information.
psychopath, too, that we don't know about. So,
True.
Can't give it up.
True.
No, we know about him.
I watched so many good, scary movies over the break.
I cannot wait to hear the reports on the movies.
On the movies?
that Chris has laid out for you.
Yeah, we'll do that on a slower afternoon. We have so much to do today.
I cannot believe that he didn't. You know what, Tony? I thought
Honestly, did you really think
No.
he was going to even watch one?
he would watch one.
Okay, so you filled your expectations then.
Yeah, but he was supposed to watch 3. The homework assignment was 3.
I know,
He
but
had 2.5 weeks.
the other 2 were so bad I couldn't even look them up.
I had to move heaven and earth to
He
try to
said
find
he went to
these
some
movies.
Russian website so that he could watch one of my movies for free.
I did, and it
Like
was
you
in-
wouldn't pay the $4.99
First
to
of
rent
all-
it somewhere.
First of all, only Skraby would know
I
of
know.
some Russian websites.
yes, how would you even know that it
to watch
existed?
free movies?
I googled and I clicked on many links I probably should not have clicked
Your
on.
computer is messed up.
But
dog.
I did find it. It had Russian subtitles. But I watched them, Chris.
All right. Well, we'll get to that.
Great. I told you not to say that because the FBI was going to be on my case. And
Strange young man.
We'll get to that a later day, but that gives me another day or two to watch the movies, so maybe I'll be able to still get there.
no, I'm going to forget about what happened in the movies if we don't talk about them.
All right, we'll do it, but we're busy right now. I got to tell everybody who the Dodgers got for Gavin Lux, or Tony's got to tell them because he said he was going to tell
Oh,
them.
dang. I lost
Now you
it.
put it away?
I put it away. Let me find it.
All right, we'll find it because people dying, inquiring minds want to know.
Michael Lorenzen has agreed to a deal with the Kansas City Royals.
I don't know that inquiring minds wanted to know that.
Here it is. Cincinnati receives Gavin Lux.
Mike
Dodgers-
Sirota is an outfield prospect that the Dodgers got. And a round A draft pick. I believe that is in between the first and second round. Otherwise known as a sandwich
Whoever
pick.
Mike Sirota is, he'll probably be the next superstar of Major League Baseball. That's how lucky the Dodgers are. So Gavin Lux is a Red. The Black Monday coaches story in the NFL, Gerard Mayo, was
Yes,
fired
he's
by
a black coach, Chris. We know.
the Patriots. Did he call a timeout?
No, I don't think he called enough timeouts. That was his problem.
Yeah. He was let go. Doug Peterson was let go by the Jags finally. And there's a couple of coordinators let go over the weekend also.
The 49ers fired their special teams coordinator because that was
That'll
the problem this year.
Turn it all around.
That'll
for
get,
the 49ers.
was it Moody? Is that?
Well, that'll
That'll
a whole
get him.
different issue.
Remember, that's a third round pick right there.
Yeah.
I tell you,
could've-
Debo spooked him for the rest of the year after he
I
was
think he
ready
did.
to choke.
During the Dolphins game, he missed a kick, and I thought Kyle Shanahan was going to put him back on the bus.
I thought he was.
Oh,
too.
your
He
kicker, yeah. He missed
he was
another one
pissed.
the other day.
He's missed so many in the.
He had missed so
He
many,
missed an
yeah.
extra point in like week 17. By the way, Lions and 49ers, good game, even though the Lions lost.
Bears
Or
have
won, I mean.
requested to interview Mike McCarthy as well. I think that'd be a perfect fit. A lousy coach with a lousy organization.
Poor
Sounds good to
Caleb
me.
Williams. He can't win for
Caleb
Lewis.
Williams this year is one to forget for
I gotta
sure.
say, I did not expect for him to handle himself as well as he did this year.
I did.
I will give him credit.
The better story was my man for the Carolina Panthers. I was so happy to see
Bryce Young?
Bryce Young finished the
He finished
year
on the up
on a high
yeah,
note,
he did.
man.
Very good.
Sam has just added another thing that we need to talk about.
Sam.
Sam Levitt, sorry, our Padres pre and post guy. He said Merry
Thank
Christmas to
you.
me, and I never texted him back, and he's very upset about that.
All right, why don't you take care of that in the break?
John Heyman tweeted, hearing at least for now, Luis Ariz is not seen as a fit for the Yankees.
Good.
Tweeted that about 8 minutes ago. So
We're gonna
Luis
need his
Ariz
bat.
Still staying with the Padres for now.
Word up.
Thank you. Good, bad, ugly NFL Week 18 next.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiros for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com.
Do it.
It's very good.
Listen to Tony. He knows of what he speaks.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
It is.
We love it.
We've been lucky enough to have them feed us.
Feast
Oh, yeah.
us.
Feast us. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Better way to explain it. Feast us.
There might still be some hummus left in the company refrigerator.
I think pita bread is one of the most dangerous
It's
things in the
1,000%.
world. Because I could
Fresh
eat
pita
every
bread
pita bread
is
piece.
trouble.
Yeah.
For-
It's so
for-
good.
What middle age
Is it more trouble than like a half gallon of ice cream? I mean, really,
Yes,
once you
because-
break that open, you eat a few spoonfuls,
I'll tell you
and
why.
it starts to get good to you. Then you look in the half gallon, and you're like, wow, I am that deep in this thing. I better put this away.
You fully know when you pull out the gallon of ice cream
Right.
that what you're headed for.
Oh, okay.
The pita
pita,
is
you don't
sneaky.
expect it.
It's just like
Got it.
4
Okay.
or 5 potato chip looking,
Okay.
pieces. Next thing you know, you've rolled through about 20 of those things.
All right.
Yeah,
I got you.
it's like chips at a Mexican
What
restaurant.
my age?
You just eat them.
Middle age starts at what point? Where do you start becoming a middle aged man?
I don't know. I haven't got there yet. Didn't know what you speak of.
I would say middle age is like 40 to 55.
Okay, so
Wait a
Pita-
minute. Then what's after that?
Elderly.
Elderly.
No,
At least he didn't say decrepit.
no. After that, 55 to 70, I would say you are...
You better be
Careful.
careful. There's a lot of people listening out there, not just
Established.
me.
established.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
established
middle
adult.
aged to established.
Established
Very good.
adult,
I
and then
look,
elderly.
I look forward to being established at that point. Then,
Okay.
I will say I made that point because pita bread is a middle-aged man's worst nightmare.
Okay.
Oh,
Because all that is sticking. Not one piece of that pita is coming off.
But the ice cream thing with the half gallon does ring a bell, right?
Of course it
I
does.
mean, you're like 1 spoonful, 2, 12, half the thing,
12.
and you're like, wait a minute, this can't be good.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Especially during that 2-week break.
why you gotta get that.
It's really easy just to fall in and not look back.
so you gotta get that low-cal ice cream that
No.
they have.
No,
So
that
you
really
eat the whole
helps.
pint.
You do no such
I didn't
thing.
eat one of those over the break or anything, you know? Just
Congrats.
Me and Handles got real close over the 2-week break.
And I think that ice cream place is aptly named because you get handles if you eat too much of it.
Oh,
For sure. All right, let's get into Black Friday.
Nope, we already
Black
did that.
coaches. Oh, sorry, we did do that.
Black coaches, yes, we already did that. We already covered that.
We certainly covered that.
Good, bad, ugly.
Good, bad, and ugly right now. Let's go.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a few things to mention here. Southbound side of the 805 at the East 54 connector. Stalled car over to the right shoulder. Also reports of a possible brush fire near the Lemon Grove Avenue off-ramp. Westbound King Freeway. Watch out for the activity there. Traveling on the southbound 5 coastline near Cassidy Street. There is a collision involving several vehicles. It's over to the right shoulder. Also eastbound 56 before Carmel Creek Road. There is a collision. Looks like that is blocking the fast lane. Up ahead, an accident clearing right before the 15. And northbound side of the 15 past the 76. Got a solo vehicle accident in Senator Vibe. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. Wrapping up the regular season. I can be honest with you. It was tough to do a good, bad, ugly for Week 18 because Week 18 is just it's really another
It's just a week.
of exhibition
It's just
football.
week, right.
There's like 3 games that mattered. One of them was in Detroit last night. Lions handled the Vikings 31-9. Vikings took 2 of their 3 losses this year to Detroit, and now Kevin O'Connell and company are on their way to L.A. to take on the Rams, the other team that beat them. Meanwhile, can the Lions really do it? Win their first NFL championship in 68 years? Or are they going to come up short in the end? We'll see. They're
You're
the
a
number 1
hater.
seed in the NFC. We know you're
First
a hater.
it was the Seahawks, then it was the Rams.
Yeah.
Now it's the Lions.
Yeah, he's rooting.
Same team that's better than
Here's
my
the
team.
problem, Skraby. Since your team's not in it, you're going to root against everybody And eventually you'll be disappointed because somebody is going to actually get the trophy at the end.
I am an Eagles fan this playoffs.
Eagles.
Just because I don't think that Lions, they haven't done the losing yet.
You're just so mad at the Lions.
They
You
haven't
can't give
done
them
the
nothing.
championship losing. Like, you have to lose
Well, we know
year
the,
after year
we know
to
the
win a
49ers
championship.
are very good at that at
Well,
this
if
point.
it's a team that has to lose year after year, then you should be rooting for Buffalo. That's a team that's lost year after year.
I do not want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Okay, we'll see. Tampa Bay got the NFC South title over New Orleans.
It was dicey.
27-19. It was dicey until this throw by Baker Mayfield.
Oops, sorry.
That one. This one
right here.
This one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Coming up.
For Baker Mayfield now. 3 receivers to his right. Good snap, belt high. Looking upfield, flushed out of the pocket. Dances outside, throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Open, caught, touchdown Tampa Bay! Touchdown Tampa Bay! Jalen McMillan!
Did he finish the sentence in
No,
that?
let's hear this part again.
Dances outside, throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Open, caught, touchdown Tampa Bay! Touchdown Tampa Bay! Jalen McMillan!
I like Gene Deckerhoff, but he was old like 20 years ago.
Gene was playing catch up that whole
Jalen
while.
McMillan, fantasy sleeper next year.
I'll tell you one thing. He caught one before that, and they gave him a really bad, I think, celebration penalty.
Can't use the guns.
Was that is the guns?
They,
he was just doing first downs.
they consider now
They
anything.
considered that? Okay.
It was a bad penalty, but they have been
Calling
throwing that flag
Okay.
often.
But
Well,
Beyonce
to me-
can do it during the
to
halftime show on
me,
Christmas.
she's not playing a game.
But it's really weird for the NFL to fire like to block that and then on their product have her doing gun stuff. Anyway.
All right, he made up for it, is what I was going to try to say.
Yes, he did.
Buccaneers win the South 27-19 over the Saints. And Denver put Miami out of their misery. Boy, did they ever. 38-0 over the Chiefs. This one was over before it began.
Play fake for Nix in the pocket. Starts to break down, throws the ball on the run. That ball is caught in the end zone. That is a Denver touchdown, and that is Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton, right?
Yep.
Okay. 38, I mean, I didn't realize, I knew the Chiefs had to sit some players. I didn't realize they had 22 other awful players that they could all play at the same time. Like, right? I mean, they looked like a college team, if that.
Why would
yesterday.
Because if the Chiefs beat the Broncos, that would have helped the Bengals get into the playoffs. Chiefs want nothing to do with the Bengals in the playoffs because the Bengals always play them tough.
They do, but I think that's looking way down the road. I mean, in order for any of these teams to play the Chiefs, you're going to have to beat Buffalo first.
True.
So we'll see.
That's also the big
in
one.
the bad category, Seattle over the Rams. I'll tell you why I put this in the bad category after we hear this big touchdown for the Seahawks.
From the Rams 16, Smith from the shotgun takes the snap. Blitz is coming. Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks!
Yeah. Is he into the end zone? I don't know. I'm listening to you for that information. I always point that out. One of my pet peeves. Here's why I put it in the bad. The Rams sat everybody in this game. And I get it because they had already clinched. But was this the wise thing to do? Because now they have to face the 14-win Vikings rather than taking on a rookie quarterback in Washington in the first round. If I'm the Rams, I might have tried a little harder to win this game. I mean, the Vikings is a much tougher draw. Was it something they should have thought about or no?
I think you think about it, but at the risk of possibly going into that game with more beat up folks, I don't know. Football is just
weird the final week what they do.
I like the idea that we don't care who we play. I like that mindset, but on the flip side,
that's a big difference.
There is a big difference.
I mean, you could have played the
Commanders.
Lions instead. You got the Vikings,
Right.
but either way, you had a much tougher game.
Yeah, I agree.
Miami gets in the bad category because that's where they should be. Tyreek Hill, after the game, basically said he wants out of Miami.
Nah, dog. You're gonna have to stay put.
He also
if I have to root for them, you have to keep playing for them.
You're gonna have to stay put because it wasn't that long ago you were trying to convince us that
right.
Tua
and
was on
the
par
greatest thing, yes.
with Patrick, and that you could leave and you had success through the first couple of years. You just ain't winning. There's a bit. Listen, you left a juggernaut because you wanted to get paid.
Yep.
Salute that.
Yeah.
Get your bag. But you can't cry foul now because the side that you picked has not gone the way that you told us it was going to go.
And he was one of the reasons why they weren't good this year also.
Yeah, I mean, where was he this year?
Yeah.
He ruined my Padres
He
League
ruined
fantasy
a lot of
championship
fantasy teams.
hopes. I mean, I
Yes,
came in
he
almost
did.
last because of Tyreek Hill amongst all the media-focused idiot. He put up on his Twitter, Cheetah, I think it is, and he put up a picture of Antonio Brown running off the field shirtless from a couple years ago, but someone photoshopped Tyreek's face on Antonio Brown. So he's
Someone or
comparing-
him?
Maybe
It
him.
might have been him at this point.
So he's posted this on his Twitter of him. I basically think he's done with your team, which I feel bad for you, Chris, because this is stupid what he's doing.
Well, I don't, because he can't tackle or block anybody, and that's what Miami needs more than anything. They also needed a way to try to keep Aaron Rodgers from getting this historic touchdown pass.
Shotgun for Rodgers. Brees Hall in motion. He's back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Sidearms one over the middle. Caught. Touchdown. Tyler Conklin. And that is career touchdown pass number 500.
I had one other question about this game as a Dolphin fan. Devon Achane, supposed to be like the fastest human on earth. How does he get 5 yards behind the defense on a touchdown run and get caught at the 5-yard line?
That's a good question.
Somebody explain.
That's
The other bad category, Houston beat Tennessee 23-14, and that got the Titans the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft. So congrats to them. Ugly, New England over Buffalo 23-16. Why was it ugly? Because the Patriots win cost them the number 1 pick, dropped them all the way down to number 4. It also cost their coach, Jared Mayo, the job. Even though I think he does the right thing, man. He went out to win the finale at all cost.
That's why you do.
That's what I think you're supposed to do. You don't play for the number 1 pick. Come on.
At this point, he's probably getting fired regardless of what they win or
Evidently,
lost.
he won,
right?
and he still
and
got
so
fired.
you might as well go ahead and win that game, and at least walk out with your head high because they were going to dispose of you anyway.
Yeah, he must have known it beforehand. Baltimore in the ugly category beat Cleveland 35-10. Ugly because the Browns go from 11 wins last year to 3 wins this year. They fired their offensive coordinator basically before the game ended. Ken Dorsey, he's the guy that 2 years ago when he was with Buffalo threw a fit in the press box.
Ken
Remember
Dorsey
that time?
of the great 2003 U club.
Yeah, that guy.
Quarterback?
No.
Yes. It's the same dude.
Same guy.
Really?
Yes. He looks.
He looks exactly
He
the same.
does. He looks like he hasn't aged.
I thought that was Steve Walsh.
Well,
That
he was
another
once
one of those
a
quarterbacks. Anyway, Cleveland ends up in the ugly category this year.
By the way, Deshaun Watson suffered a setback in his recovery. They're not sure about
Browns fans are
2025.
celebrating everywhere, I'm sure. Final ugly of the season. We congratulate all those other poor teams that missed out on the postseason this year, including Jacksonville, Indy, Las Vegas, Chicago, Carolina, Atlanta, Dallas, Giants, Arizona, and finally, San Francisco. That ends our good, bad, and ugly for this year.
Last time you could play it for a while, buddy.
That's right. We're not going to hear this for a while.
I only got to play it
like twice.
Yeah.
By the way,
It's one of the only things I like about the 49ers is that song, and I didn't get to hear it at all.
I finally found somebody, though, has a higher heart rate than you do, Skrabe, a resting
that?
heart rate. Jawan Jennings.
Oh,
Does he
yeah.
have to get in a fight every time he goes out on a pass route?
He was on an antagonistic.
He went crazy 2 plays in a row yesterday, and he did it last week in the Lions game.
Like, if we're gonna lose,
The
I'm
same-
blocking everybody.
Remember, he blocked the guy
I
in the
don't remember the
Lions into
Lions,
the
but definitely
into
remember
the.
yesterday.
He blocked the Lions guy into the stands. They had to go extract
I
him
don't
from
remember
the
this.
field goal net. He
Well-
and the Lion guy were way back there behind the end zone,
He's angry.
fighting it out.
He's angry
At what?
at his team being
Just
terrible and
block
Brandon Ayuk
somebody.
being paid like
he
Justin Jefferson.
did. He blocked him right into the ground and was pissing.
And then he
pissing
next
him
play
off.
blocked the next guy into the ground, and finally they just threw him out of
I
the
like
game.
Jawan Jennings. think
I do
he's-
too. I didn't buy
I do
that.
too, but he was a little.
Where do you think Debo's
little
going?
Hectic. He might have to replace Tyreek in Miami. I don't know.
I hear Chargers maybe.
Well, why do you hear that?
Oh,
I'm just saying.
the
Some-
rumors.
was it people?
No,
was it
yeah,
people again? That
those
one
people
person
that-
on your
those people
on
are
your
saying-
Twitter feed?
The pundits out there are saying either that or somewhere on the East Coast, like The Giants. Go to the Giants.
Add forgettable predictions yesterday. I don't know if anybody saw it before the day began. Teddy Bruschi said something to the effect of, I'm not quoting him directly, but he said, the Chiefs will beat the Broncos today with their backups and basically show just how unimportant it really is to have Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Wait, say that again?
He basically said the Chiefs are going to beat the Broncos without Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes isn't really that integral to the success of the Chiefs.
Wait, that's what
Teddy Bruschi
said
that before the game. God. And, of course, we saw the result was
someone needs clicks.
38-0 the other way. I mean, that's embarrassing when you're on national TV and you make a proclamation like that. I mean, I embarrass myself on this show all the time. I think that's okay. National TV? Come on. Be a little smarter
I
than
would
that.
embarrass myself, national or local. It doesn't matter.
You think you could do it?
Oh, yeah. I think I could.
I think you could, too.
I don't know. I'm seeing all the hate going around about everything these days. Maybe I couldn't. Maybe I couldn't handle it.
No.
I mean, to say that Patrick Mahomes is not an integral part of the Chiefs' success, what?
It's kind of weird.
That's kind of offbeat for a
Are we
national.
sure that's what he said? I feel like that is just so outlandish.
He said the Chiefs are going to win without him. They don't need him.
Man.
Clicks.
We got
Maybe he doesn't like Sean Payton as much as I like,
This
much
is
as I don't like him.
Teddy Bruschi's favorite sound.
Oh, clicks. I was like, what are you trying to play there,
I
bud?
thought you're going to play a toilet flush.
No, I was doing
It's
the
a
clicks.
You
break.
should have played.
4 o'clock
Chris
hour.
versus the fans.
On the other side.
833-288-0973.
I think we are. Announcer says so. So let's go. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby into the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up, Chris versus the Fans returns. Chance for you to play for some fabulous prizes.
We got a shorter prize read, Chris. I know you're going to love that.
Thank goodness for that. Took almost all of December to read that last giveaway.
We also got another Freshman of the Week for the Aztecs. You guys see this?
No, but probably DeGorville. Would have won that, man. He had a great game Saturday.
13.6 boards.
Taj DeGorville. He made all the big shots and big plays, too, down the stretch. Dutch and put him in with 7 minutes to go and basically a tie game and never took him out. I like that.
I do, too.
You know, you put a guy in, you say, hey, get the job done. You get the job done. You don't come out.
Reward him. Yeah, stay in there.
You know, and that's what Dutch, you know, he's you know, always done stuff like that. And DeVorville said basically after the game, yeah, I knew I better play well because I didn't want to come out. That's good motivation.
Yeah.
I think it was Bobby Knight who
I was
said,
just getting ready to
were you
quote
going to say it? You want to?
No, go ahead. You got it better than me.
The best, what did he say? The best,
gosh, what was the...
Oh, now I hate when I forget a word. I know. This is what
the best
happened.
motivator? Was it
yes,
a motivator?
The best motivation is your behind on that bench.
And as you can imagine, Bob Knight did not say behind.
He did not.
Yeah, no one told that to Tyreek Hill, Devondre Campbell, and Deontay Johnson.
Chance for you to be qualified. Funny, Skraby. That's hilarious. You be qualified, chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Las Vegas to see Scorpions. It's coming up on March the 6th, plus a 2-night stay at Planet Hollywood and a $100 gas card. Scorpions return with their 60 years of the Scorpions. Okay, so that means at minimum these guys have to be 75 years old. They've been doing it for 60 years.
If they started touring when they're 15.
Yeah. If then, right. Their Las Vegas residency show is live February 27th to March 11th at Planet Hollywood Live. It's at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. Tickets on sale now. Ticketmaster.com. Let's get back to it. Chris versus the Fans. Hello.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. If you're hearing this game for the first time, the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get the question wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time
player,
let us know. Before you get into it, you'll get that first question for free today. All right, that's it for now. I need to get the contestants ready to go.
Yes, you do.
I need to end the music.
Yes, you do.
All right, let's go to, let's see, the longest holding player on the line is Bill.
What was that?
Bill.
Bill, how are you? Happy Monday.
Really well. Welcome back, guys. It's nice to hear you on my drive home from work.
Glad to be back, Bill. Here we go.
Nice.
First question. What is the dirt area between the outfield grass and the...
I didn't write that.
Well, who wrote it?
There you go.
Did AI write that? Who wrote it?
I
want to read you what it said first.
Yeah.
It said, what is the dirt area between the outfield grass and the home run wall in baseball called?
Okay. I took it from all right. I took it from this website that is from England.
The home run wall.
I know that
I'm going to get that in on the broadcast this year.
Please do.
A home run wall.
Yeah, that was
He gets back to the home run wall and he makes the catch.
Home run wall. It's a lot of words.
All
Chris
right.
is just shaking his head over
Question
there.
number 2. What running back had the most runs of 40-plus yards this season?
In the NFL.
In the NFL, sorry. It didn't say that.
That's a tough one. For number 2?
Sorry,
You're saying Gibbs?
Yeah.
No, you said
Gibbs from Detroit.
Gibbs from Detroit.
It seemed like he was
guess.
running 40 yards every carry yesterday.
At least last night, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Saquon is in the running, but I'm going to go with Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry.
No, it's not.
You're right.
The other
I would have
bird.
thought him too. Yeah.
The other bird.
Saquon?
Saquon.
Oh, so I was
7 to Henry's 5.
There you go.
So,
All
Bill,
right.
you're on to the next round.
Good for you,
Nice
Bill.
job, Bill.
Good for you.
Did you see the stat about Derrick Henry? I think he averaged the most yards after contact last year. He cut that in half. He basically going untouched through a lot of
So
this
Baltimore's
year.
blocking is that much better than Tennessee's blocking.
That and the fact that he also has that other alien in the backfield with him that they got to account for every time they snap the ball.
That's
All
true.
right, here we go. Question number 3. Dan Campbell, the kneecap Campbell.
Cannibal.
No, I'm calling him Campbell
Oh,
because
okay,
his
sorry.
last name, I played it there, sir.
My bad.
Dan Campbell played for 3 NFL teams. I need you to name all 3.
Oh, come on. Can't name any of them.
Okay. I know he played for Dallas.
Okay.
Dallas, he says.
Oh, goodness gracious. You know, I'm not going to say anything because.
Smart. Strategy comes into play.
Bill
here.
has heard the game.
Yeah.
Mr. Ello.
He was a coach of the Dolphins, but I don't know that he ever played there. I think he played for Detroit. I think I've seen some highlights with him in Detroit. I think I've seen highlights of Dallas. But I have no idea. I'll say Dolphins because I don't have another guess.
Dolphins
Yeah.
as the 3rd team.
Bill!
We got a winner.
Stay there, Bill.
The 3rd team was the New York Football Giants.
Don't recall.
I don't recall him either.
Don't
on that
recall,
team.
so-
I do recall him on the Cowboys. I do recall him on the Lions.
I don't really recall him. I just seen that. I've seen highlights of him. He had a pretty into you know.
He
wasn't much of a player.
He was more
really.
of a blocker.
Yeah, so it's hard to have highlights of him. I thought the Dolphins, but then again, he was just the coach, so he never played. That was another great, front office decision though by the Dolphins.
To let Dan Campbell go.
Yeah,
Who
but
did
they
they hire
hired him.
instead?
He was coaching the team.
Who did they hire instead? Tony Sperano?
No, it was
No,
Crazy
it
Eyes,
was
wasn't
after
it?
that.
Adam
It might have been
Gase.
Adam Gase or, I mean, the Dolphins are just so stupid.
Is Adam Gates, is he still in football?
I don't know. He might be like a consultant of a team.
That's the consultant job
Do you
does
think-
become
Do you think
pretty
Dan
hot.
Campbell's ready then?
I have no idea, but it didn't seem like he was ready when he took over the Lions. I mean, they went 3-12 his first 2 seasons.
I forgot about
It turned out that he was pretty darn good.
I remember his press
You know,
conference. I
right?
remember
He
how
was a
bad.
disaster at
I
the very
remember
beginning.
when he got on Hard Knocks. It was the
Yeah.
first time I was like, you know what? I kind of like this guy.
Oh my! Oh no! They fired Joe Philbin.
Oh,
boy,
from
that
the-
was a
from
brilliant
the Packers, right? That's where
Yes,
he came
they
from.
brought him.
Yeah.
And Philbin was on one of the years they did. The
Yes,
Dolphins did
Hard
Hard Knocks,
Knocks.
and you could see the guy was
Yeah.
stupid. It was like watching the Giant GM work last year.
Oh man, talk about karma.
Yeah.
Man. Wouldn't it have been so special to see Saquon
Saquon would have broke the
break
record
that
against the
record.
Giants.
They're keeping their jobs too. The Giants guys. The head
I
coach
kept
and the
a
GM.
clip that I wanted you to play from that Hard Knocks. The brave soul that was in that room when they decided they were going to let Saquon, but he was the only one that stood up and was like, "Yeah, are you sure that no one else is going to offer him $12 million or whatever it was he was asking?"
Seems like a
And
discount.
Joe was challenging him. He was like, "I just don't know if there's any running backs out there that are making his kind of impact."
I don't want to have a good running back when I've got paying my quarterback all this money.
It was interesting.
Daniel Jones.
No, I was reading something from the.
I hope
the
that
Philly
guy
area.
who stood up is getting a somewhat
a
of
raise,
a raise
or a GM job or
Yeah,
something.
No kidding.
No, Tony's exactly right. I was reading that there's just so much dysfunction everywhere inside of that room.
You know what?
And they were basing it off of, at the time when all these discussions were happening, Austin Eckler was trying to get more money, and they had that running back summit that they did. And so Joe Shane probably thought, everybody's just going to stay the course. Wasn't the
They
case.
did not. And here's the other thing that becomes, I feel like, more evident the longer we get to kind of see the curtain peeled back on sports franchises. I think you start to recognize when there's dysfunction a lot easier now than you used to. Like, because we've got so much more access, and we also know what it looks like when it's done right from top to bottom. Even if you're not necessarily winning a championship, you just know what a well-run organization looks like. And so when there's turmoil or there's dysfunction, it stands out like immediately.
Seems easier to spot bad franchises.
For sure.
And they're much more fun to watch.
Lad McConkey was wearing a San Diego Chargers shirt yesterday, and someone put the picture on Twitter, and so San Diego Chargers fans were very excited. I thought it was extra sweet that Dean was right in the background as one of his players is wearing a San Diego Chargers shirt in the picture with him.
Yeah.
Sure. I wonder if are you Charger fans out there? Like, I mean, I know a lot of you just have totally sworn the franchise off, but I know a lot of you haven't. You don't admit it. So are you excited like that they're here in the playoffs, or more people here want to see Dean, get dusted again in the first round and out? Like, who do you think's more? Who do you think they're more of in this town?
I had there's some folks that know that hopped on my Twitter a while back. I wasn't even posting anything negative about the Chargers. It was just a can't remember what the article was, but he made it pretty apparent that there are a lot of Charger fans out here that supports the team, even though some folks out here may not see it that way. And again, that was just Twitter, so it could be.
Well, I saw something on Twitter too about that for Christmas, someone received 2 seats from Qualcomm from someone else. Like, they gifted
from Qualcomm?
The old seats from Qualcomm so they can kind of have a memento from the stadium. And then someone quote tweeted that and was like, "You can't be a real San Diegan if you're still sticking up for that team." I'm like, Why can't people just do what they want at this point? I don't understand.
It's got to be a cult.
This guy's posting, and he's excited about getting these seats, and this guy just comes in and is like, "Oh, you're not a real San Diegan because you want those seats." Yeah. I don't understand that. I don't. I get anger towards the team, but I don't understand.
I'm not one of those people that have been able to hang on to being mad for this long a period of time.
Skraby, I'm surprised at you, Skraby.
Me?
Yes, that you haven't held on to this anger as long.
Because he's really not he's kind of.
Because you weren't really a fan in the first place.
I was never a Chargers fan.
He's an implant.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, I'm an implant. But I tell this to people all the time. The 49ers moved too. They moved from San Francisco to Santa Clara, which
not
is
even close.
Not the same though.
Not even close.
How far?
It's like.
How far?
Give me a second after I say the mileage.
How far?
It's like 40 miles, but it takes so long to get to San Jose from San Francisco.
Are we going to do this from San Diego to Los Angeles? How long it could take?
No, I get that, but you can get to San Diego or San Diego to Los Angeles basically in the same
They're
time.
still
that you can
called
go to
the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. Makes
the other
no
teams,
sense. They're not
the other
in San
teams
Francisco.
called the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, it makes
How
no
are you
sense.
making this comparison?
Because they did move, and when they moved, my grandpa's season tickets that he had at
So is it the
3Com,
same thing for moving Los Angeles to Oakland?
I don't know why the Raiders get a pass for moving all the time. They do get a pass all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Skraby. Honestly, this is the one of the worst comparisons you've ever made. One of the worst. You can't compare the 49ers moving down the road to San Jose to the Chargers relocating to Los Angeles.
I can.
No, you cannot. I'm not going to allow it.
Just because the NFL didn't say you need to change your name, you're in a whole different county now. Like
they didn't say that.
Yeah,
well, that just shows you. That just shows you how the NFL views it. Like, you guys aren't that far.
Yeah, because
you can keep your name.
The name San
Whereas
Francisco.
San Diego moved to Los Angeles, like, nah.
If the 49ers would have moved to Los Angeles, they wouldn't have let them call the San Francisco 49ers anymore.
No doubt.
I get that.
They'd be called the Los Angeles 49ers.
They're worth more as the San Francisco 49ers than they are the Santa Clara 49ers. And why did the TV just randomly go on?
You've lost all touch with reality.
I have not. Sorry.
All right. Well, those in the chat will let you know, I'm sure. I don't need to pile on you any further as we go check some traffic on Gwynn and Chris.
From the 855, get Ross traffic.
Hi, welcome back. 4:19 is the time. Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Mr. Skraby, who thinks that everybody in San Francisco ought to despise the 49ers because they're now located in Santa Clara. And they just don't. Like they despise the Chargers here in San Diego.
He's still having to put to bed Skraby's comment.
Well, I'm just trying to remind everybody how crazy the person we work for is. Oh, are you getting crushed on the chat?
Okay, hello.
Work with? Yeah.
You getting crushed on the chat?
Chris, can you give me some coffee, please?
He's getting up. That's hilarious.
I understand the difference between San Diego and LA. I understand what's behind that. All I'm saying is the 49ers moved and basically turned all their backs on all of their fans too. When my grandpa had season tickets since the early 80s at Candlestick Park.
But they really didn't. I mean,
let me finish.
90% of the people who go to those games are from San Francisco, I would assume.
I don't know where they're from, but my grandpa had season tickets since the early 80s. When they moved, they said he had to pay like $15,000 per seat to get the seat license. And they were like, didn't care that he had been a season ticket holder for over 20 years.
That sounds like a separate issue from...
To me, it's the same thing as turning your back on your fans. My grandpa's just been supporting this team, paying his good money since the early 80s. You can't make an exception to let him have a seat for a discount price.
But that's like the equivalent of the Padres moving from Qualcomm to Petco and raising the prices as they go. They're still representing the city. Now, they might have some business practices that you disagree with in terms of price tags and things of that nature, but I don't know. That's not the same thing. That's great.
You know, in this case, I'm going to be quiet.
Yeah, be quiet.
Because I'm not going to win this one.
You're not. College football playoff. Tony, we didn't give you a chance to sound off. Because everybody, the first complaint.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah, the first complaint was that Indiana didn't belong.
Right.
SMU didn't belong.
Right.
Because the first 4 games were all blowouts.
Right.
And a lot of people brought up the fact, well, if that was the case, then they would have canceled the Super Bowl a long time ago. Because the Super Bowl was all blowouts for a lot of years. And then the second round, the complaint was, well, those teams shouldn't have had a bye because they all lost in the second round. So where should we be on this?
I think, we often are having these conversations and social media is square in the middle of it. And it will forever be, I think, moving forward, because that is how so many people consume their news and opinions, for that matter. But this idea that these games have to be close, down to the wire, competitive games.
Otherwise, the system is broke.
It's just nonsense. And I think we have, I don't know what the correct phrase is, but we have somehow made this college tournament about watching the committee and making sure they pick the absolute 12 perfect teams.
But there's no way to do that.
There is no way.
The only way you can do it is based on who wins and who loses games.
And if they would have done that, y'all would have been really pissed off, because there would have been a bunch of teams in there that probably would have got in and shouldn't have been in.
Here's my big argument against the SEC, and I've always had this against them. First of all, to say that the SEC isn't a good conference is silly. They're good. Those teams are good. Alabama's good. Georgia's good. Tennessee, Texas, they're all good. However, keep this in mind before you fall completely in love with the SEC. At the beginning of the season, they do a preseason poll. And they usually put 7 or 8 SEC teams in there before a game has ever been played. Then what happens?
They play games.
They play 3 or 4 games, and the SEC teams play cupcakes mostly in the preseason. Mostly. I know you can give me examples where they don't, but mostly they play cupcakes because they don't want to play too many good teams.
Because they got a good division.
Because they got the division.
Conference. Yeah.
So they play cupcakes. So while they're playing cupcakes, other teams lose. The SEC teams then move up. So by the time they get to conference, Alabama's number 2, Georgia's number 4, South Carolina's number 5.
They got to do a lot of work to fall out.
Texas is number 7, Tennessee's number 8. They're all in the top 10 now. Now they play each other. Well, when they win, they stay, and when they lose, they don't fall.
Because they're playing each other.
Because they're playing each other. But the only reason they're there is because they were put there before the season ever started.
Right. Which is why
why it's not fair to look at the end of the year and go, well, the eye test tells me Alabama's better than Indiana. Maybe, but Indiana deserved it based on what they did this year and who they beat, and won games. And Alabama didn't get it done.
Some of these eyes that are giving these tests, when it came to Alabama, when it came to South Carolina, clearly their eyes were deceiving them.
Yes,
because
Alabama lost to Michigan. Who beat Michigan? Indiana.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you got to go by what happened on the field, not what you think.
Here's the other thing why that shouldn't matter anymore. I think we learned it over these past couple of weeks of the first couple of rounds. It used to be that the SEC, for whatever reason, I'm sure there are folks out there that felt like they were doing NIL long before it became a thing.
Right.
They used to have a guy who was a starter that could be in the Heisman running, but also a backup that could be in the Heisman running, also a third stringer that could be in the Heisman running. Guess what? Now that everybody's got a little bit of money in their pocket and they can give it to these players, you can no longer have that type of depth that made you way better than everybody else.
Yeah, they're not as
Some
dominant.
of those guys are now going to Indiana. Some of those guys are now going to SMU. And as flawed as this college system clearly is as it pertains to the money that the athletes are getting now,
it's evening the playing field among the big boys.
Field among the big boys.
Right.
And so, yes, there were some blowouts in the game, but the same teams that you wanted to replace those blowout teams, in some cases, got blown out in their games.
And they got blown out by worse teams.
Yes. So, I think
Indiana lost to Notre Dame. Alabama lost to Michigan. Notre Dame's much better than Michigan.
In the same way I said we need to hold our, comments and ideas for how this playoff is going after year one with baseball. Eventually, things start to kind of level out and be the norm. We don't know what that is yet. We won't know unless they're already talking about tweaking it and changing it. I think that's a mistake. I think you leave it right where it is, let it play out for 5-6 years, and then if you want to make some tweaks to it, have at it.
At this point, a lot of people would like them to put a rule in next year that says Alabama qualifies. Before the season starts, they just don't have to play, they're in.
They're in.
Because they're better than who you're going to put in from the ACC. And that's just not fair. That's not the way it should be.
But you know what?
Sorry.
I brought up social media because that's where we are now. There was a time where we wouldn't be commenting on this because we knew, let's let the rest of this tournament play out, and then we can kind of. But instead, after the first round of games, we are already making these outlandish predictions and things that need to be changed. It's crazy to me.
And by the way, if you're wondering how bad the playoff was, the final 4 teams that are left at the end of the season were ranked 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah. So they got everybody in there.
Yep.
The ones they missed were Oregon and Georgia, and those had a chance. They didn't win.
Oregon got. They got
so
their
they
behinds
had their
beat.
chance and they didn't win.
Yeah.
So the best 4 teams are left. Sorry.
I agree, 100%. So let's
Break
stop
time.
all the whining.
Yeah, exactly.
I did enjoy seeing the home games with the cold and the
I did
students
too.
and all that.
I would like to see that a second round, honestly.
It did look really cold, though. It looked freezing.
I have wanted no part of any football.
No part of that.
We
is
got
it me
the
or
big
you?
5.
It's
I
me.
think it's you.
Let's get to the break. When we come back, 2025's first Big
Mucho
Five.
Cinco?
Woohoo! Mucho
Grande
Cinco.
Cinco. Sorry.
Grande Cinco.
Not much 5. Big 5. Next.
Much 5.
Ben and Woods on
4:33 is the time. Chris Ella, Tony Gwynn Jr., Mr. Skraby. Time to check some traffic, and then we can't wait any longer, Skrabe. The year's first Big Five.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
New year, same Big Five, everybody. I can't wait to get into this because we have so many good stories here. We have Rex Ryan tooting his own horn. We have Aztecs men's basketball. And then the feud between J.J. Redick and Charles Barkley is getting underway. So let's get into it.
Number 5.
And we're going to start with Aztecs basketball. So the men's basketball team, as we know, played 3 games while we were gone, and they went 2-1 in those 3 games. They beat Cal, lost to Utah State by 1 point, and beat Boise State on Saturday. Chris, how are you feeling about the Aztec men's team right now?
Very good. Very good. I think they should be ranked. They're not. I think the entire Mountain West Conference is getting badly overlooked. When you look and see that Utah State is 14-1 with a win here against the Aztecs, which is about as tough a place to win a game as there is in college basketball, and they're only ranked 25th. Look, I mean, obviously the Mountain West is, as usual, getting overlooked. But I feel great about this Aztec team. I mean, look, they've come together 10 times faster than anybody could have expected them to. And when you consider that the one linchpin that they had heading into this season was Reese Waters, and he's yet to suit up and probably isn't going to suit up anytime soon, they've come together incredibly well. This is all freshmen. This is all, a couple of transfers and freshmen. And they've got them playing to the level. I mean, look, how many really good... The championship Aztec team of 2 years ago didn't win at Boise State. The Sweet 16 team of last year did not win at Boise State. And frankly, it took a bit of an act of a miracle for Utah State to beat them in that game here. So they're that close to being 3-0 in the conference and beating Cal, beating Houston, winning what they have. I'm really happy with this team.
Tony, where are you at with this team?
I'm not going to lie. I'm disappointed that they weren't 3-0. I went to that game against Utah State, and they dominated the first half of that game. It wasn't even a contest in terms of what the Aztecs looked like. Now, they hit a lull, and as Chris said, it took a miracle for Utah to come back and win that game. They did a good job in the second half. They changed that kind of the way that game was going. A lot of silly fouls. I think that wasn't the Aztecs' best game.
They turned the ball over often, and it finally caught up with them. You're right, Tony. They didn't play great.
They didn't play great at all.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm happy. I agree with Chris. I don't think anybody imagined this team coming together as fast as they have, and you're seeing some resiliency in this team. The couple of losses they've had, they bounced back with a big win soon thereafter. And losing at home to Utah State was a bit of a downer, and it had a chance to turn that break that we were off in much worse and going 1-2, as we know how difficult it's been to go up to Boise and win. But that wasn't the case. They showed some resilience, got the victory, and I feel good about this ball club. I really do.
It's kind of crazy to me that they only played 3 games in the 2.5 weeks that we were.
Yeah, I was going to say that's weird. And one other thing about this team, Miles Bird is becoming like that guy now.
He is.
He's got to make his free throws, though. Come on, bro.
Yeah, the guy's like an 85%.
I know. That's why he's not allowed to miss free throws.
He's not those. I agree, but he's playing at a great level right now. It's hard to believe that he was on that team that went to the championship game and never played. I mean, didn't even get off the bench on that team.
It still stands out to me when he came up here and had that conversation with y'all, how the energy he was giving off was one of which he wanted to be in the position that he's in.
Right, he wants to be the guy.
So I love it.
Number 4.
Now the Jets are still the laughing stock. Nothing has changed over the past 2.5 weeks on that. And did you guys see, by the way, yesterday the cute play that Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams had.
Got Devontae Adams crushed.
Did they draw that up in the sand before they ran out on the field?
It was a flea flicker, basically, to Devontae. He threw it back to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers throws it back to Devontae, and Devontae just gets crushed.
I feel like they set Devontae up right there.
That was brutal.
Okay, as brutal as that was, did you see what was even worse?
The whole season?
Well, no, even worse.
I don't know.
They brought the gigantic Jets flag out, the green flag, like it's as big as the field.
Okay.
You know, and had the Jets logo on it, and all these people walk it out onto the field.
You were one of those people.
I wasn't in this case. They walked it out. It was upside down. The Jets logo was facing the turf
wrong side.
rather than facing
up. Oh my
I
goodness!
thought we was gonna have a Snickers commercial there.
That's
they
pretty much
misspelled
what it was.
it.
They didn't misspell it. They just had the flag upside down.
Goodness.
And they had to run off the field. But before they ran off the field, people got a lot of pictures of it.
As a guy who makes lots of mistakes in a big setting,
that was a big one.
I can't even imagine.
I think that's
a huge setting.
That's
and that
a
could
metaphor.
Get you fired.
That's a metaphor for their whole season.
It really is.
Yeah.
But that's not it, because former Jets head coach Rex Ryan believes he's going to get his old job back soon. He was asked on ESPN New York if he thinks he's going to get the Jets head coaching job, and he said he's very confident he will. Quote, 100%, absolutely I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy and it ain't close. End quote. He said he's the perfect person to energize the players and the fan base, and he contrasted himself with Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, a hot head coaching candidate whom Ryan believes would be the wrong coach for what the Jets need. Yes, Tony, would Rex Ryan be the right choice for the job?
Oh wow, this is
he's campaigning.
This is full circle for
air
Rex
now.
Ryan. I mean, he has fully bought into the new age of promoting yourself.
Yes, he has.
That I didn't expect from him. He's kind of an old school type of guy.
True.
I do find it hilarious that he is basically campaigning for the job. But on the other end, what is he supposed to say to that question? Nah, I'm not expecting.
Yeah.
Or I guess he could give the cliche answer of, well, we'll see what happens. I know I'm going to put my best foot, whatever that may be.
What did Joe Girardi say to us when he came on? Because remember, that was almost a campaign. He came on our show before the Padres hired.
I don't remember. You remember?
Jace Tingler, maybe? Bob Melvin?
It was in that cycle.
I think he said, like, I would love to be the coach of that team, but he never said 100% I'm going to be a great coach.
Well,
for
that
this
wasn't
team.
the question. The question was, do you think you'll win the job?
True.
Do you think you'll get the job? So,
okay, you're right.
I will say, I don't know if maybe Chris has a better knowledge of how many times a guy has been rehired to an organization.
Joe Gibbs?
I just don't see that being the way. That being said, we are talking about the Jets, who also had to issue a statement that the owner's teenage son does not have an actual say on what happens on the field. So, I mean, that's kind of the show we're dealing with.
That's true. Chris, would Rex Ryan be the right choice for this job?
I don't think so, but I know that he thinks so, and that doesn't surprise me. Rex Ryan is full of nothing but bluster.
He is a bluster guy.
And here's the thing. I mean, the first thing, what he's saying right now is, you give me that job, the country club atmosphere is going to go away.
Yeah, he did say that.
Aaron Rodgers.
I believe that part.
Yeah, I totally believe that part too. But I think we know that even though you need to be tough as an NFL coach, you have certain limitations. I don't think the my way or highway thing works anymore in the NFL.
No,
it just doesn't. You've got to find a happy medium somewhere there. And I don't think Rex Ryan would be capable of finding that happy medium, to be honest with you. I think his players would hate him by about week 3.
Yeah. I hate to say this, but the kneecap cannibal has it right. Like, he has everyone buying into every single decision that he makes, and he is a man of the people, but he's also a decision maker. That's kind of what the coaches need these days.
I will say this, for all of what we get of the cutesy, kneecap cannibal when he's, dropping these gems, if you go back to that Hard Knocks, there were certainly times where he wasn't afraid to get in somebody's backside. You know what I'm saying?
True.
And so, as Chris said, there is a happy medium. You can't be that guy all the time, but you also have to set boundaries for players. I think that's the only way to really have success. Yeah. There does need to be some discipline, but in 2025 now, you definitely have to find a mid-ground of where that stops.
Attention to Mike McDaniels on the Dolphins. You do have to be that guy at least once in your life.
Sometimes you do.
You can't just have a country club the whole way, or your team's going to play like
but
it.
they live in Miami.
That's even more the reason why.
Don't get me
I
started.
mean, just think about the contrast. And maybe speaks to that point of, in today's age, you can't rule with iron fist. Look at the Miami Heat. That culture, they live in Miami, but there's a certain type of culture. Now, that may be wearing thin, as we're finding out now, but there does have to be a medium somewhere.
Number 3.
Always got to find that happy medium. DraftKings has launched a new subscription service that's going to give members increased odds on the type of bets that are most profitable for the company. DraftKings Sportsbook Plus will cost members $20 a month. In return, they're going to receive what the company calls quote-unquote stepped-up boosts for all parlays where the individual legs are minus 500 or narrower. That's a hard word. Narrower. For parlays with 2 legs, users are going to see profit boost by 10%, with the boost growing as the parlays get bigger. For parlays with 11 or more legs, you get a profit increase of 100% or double. Quote from the company, the subscription service was designed to offer our customers an enhanced fan experience, creating more excitement and value to our extensive parlay offering. They said that they're going to start this in New York. It's going to be with select eligible customers, and no more specifics are out there. So, Chris, do you think betting websites should be allowed to offer premium accounts to get better odds?
I don't think there should even be betting websites. How do you like that?
We need to get rid of our 3 o'clock segment.
Well,
until they do that, until they get rid of the betting,
we're not going to get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, there's too many people out there who want it, and that's why we do it. But yeah, this whole thing, when's it going to end? Where's it going to end? Is it ever going to stop? Is it going to completely? Are we going to honestly have so much information up on the screen eventually that we can hardly even see the game? I mean, are they going to have to pause between every play and put up the odds of a pass versus a run versus a fake versus an end around? I mean, this can go on and on and on and on, and there's no end in sight. So, this is just another step down the path of destruction as far as I can tell.
Tony, do you think betting websites should offer premium accounts, or should be allowed to offer premium accounts?
No. I think we should actually assist in society, going the opposite direction, getting better, as opposed to feeding them more of what we know leads to more trouble.
DraftKings they're just preying upon. This is not for the person that can control their betting. This is for the person that can completely has no control over what they're doing.
They're like, I can make my money happen.
Yes,
in
and
double
now
time.
it's going to be spending even more money.
And I'm going to get better odds now,
right,
too.
Now I have more chance of winning big money. This is, again, the people that can control their betting, this isn't directed at them. This is taking advantage of people who are already being taken advantage.
I did a parlay in the...
And that's not to say that the people who can control their betting won't do this, because they probably will, but there won't be an issue there. But if they can snag a few of those high rollers that don't have any control...
Understand this from the casino point of view, or in this case, the DraftKings point of view. If 10,000 customers break even, but 200 customers all lose $20,000, they're ahead by over $2 million. They don't care about the people that are decent at this. They just want to pile on the people that can't control themselves.
The reality is that no one's decent at it. The best of the best is not decent at it.
Yeah, you're right. The people on TV have bad records as well. I did a parlay on the Sugar Bowl, and I was set to win $200 until my lock, Travis Etienne. Is his name? No, wait. His name's not Travis.
I think that's
the
Jaguar guy. But anyway, Etienne on Georgia.
It was over like 90 yards rushing. I was like, this is a lot. They can't. No, he didn't even come close to making it, and I lost on my bet because of that, which shows you, even the ones that you feel best about, you just can't get. Yeah, you still lose. One of my favorite feuds over the break, JJ Redick and Charles Barkley. One thing the NBA does really, really, really well is creating drama between former players and current players and coaches. This one's actually about a former player talking about a former player, now head coach, and JJ Redick. Charles Barkley, they were doing their inside the NBA stuff, and he had this to say about JJ Redick and the Lakers.
He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. That's JJ. Yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvingham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
You got to love Ernie
Came in there
Johnson
thinking I can make this thing work. Yeah,
Still
you
trying.
can.
77,
Put the makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pig.
The Lakers stink, man. Come on, man.
Tatum, by the way. All right.
Ernie will still get the highlight package.
Hey, Ernie was trying to keep the train
So
on the
funny,
track
yeah.
so hard right
Yes,
there.
he was, and he was not succeeding.
Didn't happen.
JJ Redick was actually asked about this in a post game and said this about Charles Barkley.
I didn't make it all the way through the clip. I got to be honest with you. My resting heart rate is probably 64. I watched the clip. It was 64. Literally don't care. I have other thoughts, but don't care.
All right, he doesn't care. Tony,
But he has other thoughts, though.
Yeah, he has other thoughts. Interesting. That's interesting
Good
how
point.
that was.
Don't care. I have other thoughts, but I
Good
don't
point. Tony, who won this war of words?
No one. No one. Because JJ started it, right? He blamed that crew for the reason why the ratings are down.
Yeah.
And although I understood what he said, I think it's a bit naive to think that is. By the way, they've been doing that little shtick for as long as I can remember.
And the ratings used to be huge.
Ratings were huge
for the NBA.
They're doing the same thing they were doing last year when the ratings were huge.
Yeah.
So I understand Charles taking offense to taking the blame for why the NBA is where it's at, but ultimately, no one wins, right? JJ ain't going anywhere, at least this year. Despite him saying he didn't care, he had other thoughts. So
didn't even catch that.
His heart rate might have stayed the same, but his brain itself was stimulated by what he was saying.
So on the outside, he was 64. On the inside, he was 150.
Probably. I don't think anybody wins, though. This is a push for both sides.
Chris, who won the war of words?
Well, yeah, I'm going to take Barkley here in a runaway victory. I'm not a fan of Redick. We know this going in. I don't think Redick should have, what do you say, tugged at the bear or
poked the bear?
Poked the bear. Thank you. You tugged at the bear.
Excuse me, Mr. Bear.
I'm tugging at your toe.
What are you tugging? The tail?
Don't tug the bear. Yes, because this
wow.
was not smart, though. I mean, Charles is going to have this platform every single day for the rest of the season, and he's going to probably continue to harp on this
they better
ad
win.
nauseum. Right, and JJ Redick, he doesn't need a distraction like this and being asked about this constantly, and I think he's going to be. So I think he made a kind of a naive mistake, and Charles is not going to let him, live it down.
You would think that his time in the media would have afforded
don't.
him, which is also why it bothered him. Because he was asked he could have just been like, no comment. I'm not even thinking about it at all. Instead, he went through the whole thing of my heart rate. Then he said, I have other thoughts.
When I get asked about this, I'm going to tell him what my heart rate is.
Exactly.
Like, he thought this through. He didn't just come up with that answer.
That's what it felt like, right?
Yeah.
Right now, my resting heart rate is 74, guys.
Yes, and it stays there.
Low high.
It stays there throughout most shows.
You got to get to JJ, 60 whatever.
64 is like meditation heart rate. Are you kidding me? You're half dead at that point. What do you think? What do you think JJ's thoughts were about Charles Barkley?
His other thoughts?
I think he would have doubled down on his first statement. That they're the reason. They're part of the reason. He might have clarified that particular part, and probably would have went into more detail of why he said what he said. But
he's wrong. They're not part of the reason. The reason is because the NBA is becoming difficult to watch. These guys jack up threes. That's the answer.
All right,
and that's coming from two people who actually love the NBA.
Yes, I mean, look, LeBron James has basically said it. That's enough for me.
LeBron James, the commissioner, they've all said it.
Right, so that's not my opinion necessarily.
Well, then the commissioner needs to take away the three-point line. I think that changes everything.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Maybe you push it further back. I don't know what the exact answer is, but don't get rid of it.
No, they won't do that.
All right.
Number one.
As soon as I saw this yesterday, I started to write the Big Five question. The Bills played the Patriots yesterday, and there wasn't really much on the line except for one thing. Josh Allen's consecutive starts streak. Now, he didn't need to start, but he did. He played one snap, which was a handoff to James Cook. The one play gave him his 115th start, which is what they're calling the Iron Man of the NFL right now. I have an issue with the branding of Iron Man when you only do one snap. That's not really a start. That's an appearance. Some are saying there's an asterisk to this. I'll get to the question, Chris. Do you believe it needs an asterisk?
No, it doesn't need an asterisk, but I mean, I know what happened. Everybody's going to know what happened. Everybody knows that Michael Strahan's sack record is tainted a little bit because Brett Favre fell down. And for that matter, Mark Gastineau's record before that was tainted because they didn't keep the sack record when Deacon Jones played. So, you know, all of these records you can put into perspective. Look, Josh Allen kept a streak of guys. I had a little more, I'll be honest with you, what I had more of a problem with.
Please don't say it.
You're going to disagree then. I didn't like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting Mike Evans his 6 yards to get over 1,000. It wasn't so much the bonus. He got $3 million bonus for this.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't like it is because they were up by 8 points with 5 seconds to go in the game.
It's a risk.
If the ball had tipped off his hand and been picked off and run back the other way, it wouldn't have happened. But if it did, the Buccaneers could have lost the division and missed the playoffs.
I thought he was talking sportsmanship.
I thought he was too.
No, I wasn't talking sportsmanship.
That's a valid argument.
That's a great
No,
argument.
I didn't think it was sportsmanship at all, and I think the Saints even understood. The guy's trying to get his record and keep his streak alive. But, man, that was a risk. If it tipped off his hands, pops up, guy runs in, you know, they end up losing the game. The Falcons win the division. Oh, my goodness.
That would have been
How could
crazy.
you take that risk?
That would have been
How
crazy.
could you take that risk?
Mike
I couldn't
Evans would be
believe it.
fine. He's got his $3 million.
I couldn't believe they tried it.
He wouldn't have the $3 million if the ball got tipped up.
Yeah,
so
right, he
they
wouldn't
would
have
have
got it.
lost.
Good point. And lost $3 million bucks.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I didn't think it was bad sportsmanship. I think the Saints got it and understood. But, man,
But Josh Allen you're cool with.
Well, it's not my favorite, but that's just the way things are.
I'm not cool with it, but I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same points that Chris just made. Strahan, you know, Brett Favre took a dive for him. But just ask my man for the Jets who's
my goodness.
still
I saw his
pissed off about
documentary
it.
on ESPN. That guy needs to let go of some of
He's
that.
Never
so
let go.
Or, he's still with us, right?
I kind of feel like maybe I feel differently because I watched Cal Ripken, you know, play 9 innings of mostly all of
Ripken's
those
record
games.
is unquestionable.
Right. And so when we start talking Iron Man.
Except for that one day where he couldn't make it because he was sleeping with Kevin Costner's wife or whatever.
That is a
That's
a
a
wives'
rumor,
tale,
and by the
as
way,
they
it was
say.
flip-flopped according to the rumor.
Kevin Costner was with his wife.
That's what the rumor was.
Oh, then I think he deserves.
That was the rumor. Yes, Tony's correct. It was flip-flopped, but it was. I think it's been proven to be a wives' tale over all of these years. Yes.
Nonetheless, I consider that the true Iron Man.
Yeah, the rest of these guys are all
If you come in and you just hand the ball off once in a football game, which is pretty much built on the idea of you know, getting through 4 quarters of just pounding.
Yeah.
I don't have. I have an issue with it, but I'm not going to raise a stink about it.
All right. I'm surprised. Do you think the Saints actually let him have that? Because I was watching the defense.
I was watching the D-backs too. He lined up like I'm
going deep.
In case
quick out.
In case this ball does get tipped, I'll be ready. We're going to the house.
Yeah, I think that they were expecting him to kneel on the ball because that's what they should have done, and then they realized he's not kneeling on the ball, but they weren't really in coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but if the ball had been tipped up in the air, there would have been a guy there.
The outside corner played 10 yards off. The other guy was right there with them, and Baker was just like 3 yard out, go.
Yeah.
8 yards later, he's got
Baker
$3 million
basically
bucks.
said after the game that they got in a huddle, and they knew they had to get the 5 yards, but they also were like, how can we do this and not put this game at risk?
Okay, so at least that was
So
in
they
their mind.
acknowledged it, for sure.
All right, that's it for the Big Five. When we get back, more Gwynn and Chris will recap what we've already talked about today at 97.3 The Fan. Skraby here, and we're heading into Skraby Show season, which means if you tune in weekdays at 6 p.m., we're going to talk about the Padres, all of sports, and anything going on in pop culture. The Skraby Show, 6 to 7 p.m. weekdays on your home for Padres baseball, 97.3 The Fan.
2025, are you ready to rock?
A little help, Dave?
Dave's Killer Bread is ready to rock your January reset with killer taste, killer nutrition, and a sweepstakes to win 3 VIP concert prize packs with round-trip airfare, luxury hotel stay, and much more. Text RESET to 73876 and enter for a chance to win. No purchase necessary. Visit daveskillerbread.com/reset for details.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that there are lots of things that can make your engine light come on, besides your engine. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's technicians are specially trained to diagnose what's causing your engine light to come on and fix it, no matter what it is. Keep your eyes on the road and your ears open for another episode of AMCO's Bet You Didn't Know.
AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
I think we can all agree. Over the last few years, things have gotten weird.
And for our kids, these things can be overwhelmingly stressful.
And can increase the risk for mental health problems as they grow. Scientific research and real-life experience
tell us that the #1 antidote to stress is authentic, trusted relationships.
So that's why I.
That's why I.
That's why we.
That's why I am committed to building and maintaining a trusted space.
For the students I influence every single day.
Until the entire Golden State can proudly call ourselves a trusted space.
This is 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 a trusted space.
Find free resources for student and educator wellness at calhopeschools.org.
Hope lives here in California.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We know you have a lot on your holiday to-do list. And at the UPS store, we're here to help. With our pack and ship guarantee, your gifts will arrive intact or you'll be reimbursed. Got holiday cards to print? We're also the premier printing store. We've got everything you need for every way you holiday. Visit the upsstore.com/guarantee for full details. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're not near a radio, you can watch 97.3 The Fan each and every day on YouTube. Just search for the Ben and Woods and 97.3 The Fan channels on YouTube and subscribe so you can easily watch 97.3 The Fan. KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Smart baseball talk plus coverage of every team in town. It's a different brand of sports talk. Annie and Elston, middays from 10 to 2 on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
Into the happy hour we slide. 5:03 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matthew Skraby.
He sounded like he was broadcasting the Strasburg game there for a minute. Into the 5 o'clock hour we slide.
Strasburg on the mountain ready.
I don't know. I just had that image for some reason.
No, that's fair.
We're sliding into the 5 o'clock.
Okay, 5 o'clock hour.
Strasburg ready to go.
There it is. Strasburg ready to go.
There you go.
There's been a lot of news today. We've kind of highlighted a little bit about the Padres and the organization and Shield Seidler lawsuit. We do have a statement from the Padres. And
let's just before you read that, Tony, because a lot of people might just be tuning in. So let's just remind them what has happened to this point today. Shield Seidler, the widow of the former chairman, Peter Seidler, has sued two of Peter's brothers. And the suit names Robert and Matthew Seidler as defendants, accusing them basically of freezing her and her children out of the organization. She wants control of the organization. There's a story on ESPN. It's written by Alden Gonzalez. It lays out the suit and what's in it pretty clearly. And as we read this to you a couple of hours ago, but as we guessed at the time, there would be a response for the people that are being sued. And the Padres have given us that response. So I just wanted to get everybody up to date if you're just tuning in here.
Bear with me because it's a long one.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
The complaint filed by Shield Seidler, the widow of Peter Seidler, is entirely without merit. Peter had a clear estate plan. The plan specifically named 3 of his 9 siblings with whom he had worked closely for many decades as successor trustees of his trust, and Peter himself prohibited Shield from ever serving as trustee. The trustee is exclusively responsible for designing the San Diego Padres' next control person. In 2020, in connection with Peter's appointment as control person, Shield agreed in a sworn document that she had no right to be or to designate the control person, and that she would not interfere with the designated control person. She also stated in May 2024 that John Seidler, Peter's eldest brother, would be the best control person for the Padres. The Padres have already filed an application to the Major League Baseball to appoint John. A lifelong baseball fan, seasoned business executive, and current minority owner, John has the right experience and shares Peter's vision for the Padres. Ensure there is a consistently competitive team on the field and a best-in-class fan experience, with the goal of bringing championship-caliber baseball to San Diego. Planning for the 2025 season is well underway, and we look forward to pursuing the franchise's first World Series title. That is the statement from the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, and for us to take a look at this and have a whole bunch of sides and stories, we don't. And that's it. No. It's all going to have to play itself out.
Listen,
I mean, this is the way these things are. Shield Seidler thinks she should be in control of the Padres. The other side thinks no, they should be in control. It's going to be for some court to decide ultimately, and I'm sure that both sides will continue to file their particular cases, and we'll see where it goes.
Listen, we just finished talking about it. In a world that we love to speculate and come up with different. This is not that. This is for us. This station, we got to play this right down the middle until whatever comes to light that says we can actually go one way or the other.
Furthermore, Tony, it'd be irresponsible for us to play it any other way.
Absolutely.
Because we don't know.
We don't know.
So
I know
it'd be completely
a lot of us
irresponsible.
think we know, but we don't know. We don't know anything.
For us to go there. So you know as much as we know. If you want to read the Alden Gonzalez story, it's on ESPN. I'm sure this statement will appear later for your reading as well, the response, which we fully expected.
Yeah.
And both Tony and I said earlier that any effect this may or may not have on the Padres, in terms of putting this team together for 2025, it's clearly speculation on everybody's part to guess what this may have to do with that.
Yeah.
We don't know. You can draw whatever conclusions you wish to draw. But we'll see where it goes. I mean, I would not expect that the Padres are just going to sit idly by and let the season come and go without addressing the needs of this team. There.
I think that's at least been the MO of AJ Preller for
if we get
long
to,
as we can remember.
If we get to opening day, Tony, and they introduce a lineup with no left fielder, then
only three starting pitchers.
Starting in center field, and Jackson Merrill.
Just going to go to the backstop.
That's right.
Every time.
If they introduce a lineup with no left fielder, a catcher, at that point, I will be highly critical of the organization.
I've already told you I can handle left field duties.
No, you cannot.
We've seen your arm. You can't.
Oh, definitely. Someone's going to have to run over to me. I'm going to have to hand them the ball.
It's not just your arm, your ability to catch the ball. Come on. Get out of here. You know you're bad at catching the ball.
I've never dropped a can of corn pop fly before in front of Chris's face.
I love all the requirements there. Yes. On a Wednesday night below 60 degrees.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So that's that.
I'm kind of thrown off right now. I don't know
look, that's kind of the story of the day. I mean, we're heading into the new year. We're kind of recapping everything that happened the last few weeks. We've got but tonight is kind of a quiet night. There's the FCS championship game going on between North Dakota State and Montana State. But other than that, the college football playoff doesn't resume until Thursday. Of course, the NFL playoffs begin on Saturday. And other than a bunch of NFL coaches being fired or being rumored to be fired, it's kind of a quiet day in sports. You know what we did not really do yet?
What?
And I think we've covered pretty much everything that happened while we were gone. We haven't really discussed what we were up to. And I know people like to know what we're doing when we're gone.
We didn't discuss,
I mean, you have a very exciting life, Skraby. So let's start with you.
I know I checked in on Skraby. He was on his way up north. One of the times
Didn't you make like an 8-hour drive to north of San Francisco?
Yeah,
you went way
on the way
there.
back, I made a 13-hour drive.
My goodness.
It was really fun, guys.
It was.
Going up to the mountains.
Good.
I got to say, though, there's a drought happening in Southern California.
Yeah, it's happening.
Because driving north, you could see it go from brown into green. There's like a line.
No, just think about it. Last 2 years during the fall and winter, we had a ton of rain. I can only remember like 1 or 2 times we've had rain
this winter
at all. And so, I think we're going to be headed for one of those summers where it's like, hey, watch how much water you're using because it's going to get dry here.
You guys remember that within the last 10 years, at least, Northern California wanted to break off from Southern California.
They're like, y'all wasting way too much water down there.
They were tired of providing us with all the water. So they said, we want to be a new state.
It's true.
So maybe that'll happen.
So anyway, I drove up there. It's like 30 miles west of Redding. They had tons of snow. My dog is a husky golden retriever mix, and he had never been to snow before, and he loved the snow. Everybody was complimenting me on how majestic he looked on the snow slopes. But
judging by how much your dog likes to roll in
majestic.
Oh, he's majestic. Did you see my
This the same
pictures?
dog that rolls in mud and
he rolls in dog poop. Was he looking for yellow snow as well?
No, he was just actually having a great time. Look, here's the picture of him, Tony. Of him in the snow. He's having a great time.
He does look
Chris.
elegant in
Doesn't
the
he
snow.
look majestic?
Majestic. Sorry, that was
as majestic as anybody can look placed next to you in a photo.
So you can go to @MattScraby to see that. But here's a couple things. Sledding hills, I think, are one of the most dangerous places that you can go in the world. Because you know how many people...
In the world?
You know how many... Okay, maybe you go somewhere else. It's a little more dangerous. But you know how people just go flying down the hill in like a inner tube or like a sled or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Every time I've gone sledding with my nieces, we always see someone get seriously hurt. And this dude flew out of his thing, landed on the ground, and he goes, oh! And all of us look to see what's going on. Dude broke his arm, bad. And so he had to be coming down the hill. And then we saw fire trucks and ambulances on the way up. But if you're going sledding, please don't be the person that is going down the hill 80 miles an hour, taking people out and falling and breaking your arm.
Just know your limits.
Yes.
If you're not a black diamond slope person, don't be on the black diamonds.
That's very true.
Pick an easier route.
Yes. I got 2 more stories, and then we're done with me.
I don't know if we got time. It's 5:13. So we might have to cut this one short.
Well, we're going to 18 now. So we were staying in this like little house in the middle of nowhere. There was no internet. The internet barely worked. It was actually kind of nice. But my dogs, I was staying with my parents in this little house. So I'm making the fire, which I was fire master. I was really doing a great job with the fireplace. And I'm like, why is it so quiet in here? And I can't find the dogs, and it's pitch black outside. And I'm like, where are the dogs? And my parents were like, I don't know. Where are the dogs? My dogs escaped.
Were they like in a cage?
They were running. No, they were inside, but...
Oh, they got out.
Sorry, Dad. You left the door open. They got out. We could not find them for a good 10 minutes in the pitch black. I started yelling at my parents. I can't believe you guys killed them. I can't believe you guys killed them.
Full-on panic for Skraby.
And we were screaming their name.
Wait
we're
a
in
minute.
the middle of a forest.
Wait, you're really yelling?
I can't believe
the following sentence. I can't believe you guys killed them.
I'm not proud of it, but yes, I did lie.
A kook.
Well, Chris, how would you feel if Kylie was out in the middle of a forest where you didn't know where she was? It's cold, it's raining, and it's pitch black.
I'd be nervously looking for her, but I wouldn't be yelling to somebody
you
killed her.
I had to take it out on someone. We finally found them after 10 minutes. They were having the greatest time in the world frolicking in this field. And I was like, whatever. Last thing. I wake up on the drive home.
Wait a minute. You were like, whatever? You just charged people with killing your animals.
Well, once I saw them, I was fine. I saw that they were safe,
How about an apology for blaming and asserting people that they killed your dogs?
Oh, I apologize to my mom.
bet.
My mom was the one taking the heat because...
Even further, you were yelling this to your own mom.
Yeah, and
You're a nut.
I don't feel good about it because she didn't need that at the time because she was as scared as I was. And then later my dad goes, oh, actually, I think it was me that left the door open. And I was like, you let me yell at Mom in the street. Last thing, I wake up on Saturday morning. I'm getting ready for my 13-hour drive. I check the news on my phone, and a $1 billion lotto ticket has been purchased about 20 miles from where I was. And we stopped on the same street as this lotto ticket.
Yeah, but you didn't get a lotto ticket.
I feel like we missed out on $1 billion.
You missed out
because someone in the car, I refused to name them, said they didn't want to stop for a lotto ticket.
Oh, so you wanted to stop for the lotto ticket? Oh man,
$1 billion. It was literally bought on the same street we were on.
You should queue up Mr. DJ Khaled as soon as possible.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, you did.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I even sent a text to my parents. I sent a text to everybody who was in that car, and I said, see what we missed out on, guys? $1 billion. There was my vacation. I'll have more on the screen.
We all missed out on you getting $1 billion, honestly.
What about you? What about you, Chris? What did you do?
That one settled in on you a little late there.
Nobody attempted to kill my dog. I did not come close to purchasing one of those lottery tickets, I will tell you that. No, I had a quiet couple of weeks, just celebrating family, friends.
Just constantly with a party hat on?
You know me. Yeah, I'm kind of the life of the party. Made a couple of road trips with the women's basketball team. I'm happy to be back.
Me too.
I mean, honestly, I get to, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, and I think I should be going somewhere.
I have one of the greatest dynasties rolling right now in NCAA football. I've been really putting in work over those 2 weeks. Outside of that, just spending time with the family.
That's game show talk, right?
Well, video game, whatever you want to say.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, man, just anytime I get to hang out with the family, especially this time of year when in about another month I won't see them very much. I just enjoy whatever it is, whether it's bowling, whether it's movies, whether it's movie night at the house. We just like being around each other.
I guess I'll talk about my movies at like 5:40 that I watched. I have notes too.
I took notes?
This very seriously. I wrote down lines that I thought were funny. I'll just give a little preview.
No. Save this.
Dog Day Afternoon was my favorite of the three.
Dog Day Afternoon.
Would you like that better than Rear Window?
I will tell you
and
about
better
Rear
than
Window.
12 Angry Men. Those were the three movies you were
assigned.
And I have notes, but Dog Day Afternoon,
that hits
thought
you.
it was
you
really
like that.
funny.
All right.
Funny? It's not a comedy, Skrabe.
It wasn't a comedy? It wasn't like meant to be funny? I'm being serious. It wasn't like meant to be serious funny?
Al Pacino is just, he can be comical, but I mean, it was a drama.
I guess it was.
The man is robbing a bank and holding hostages
but he's
in
so
the middle
bad
of the
at
summer
it that it's
in
hilarious.
New York. He is bad at
and
it.
his little accomplice Sal is like a psycho who wants to shoot people, and he's like, don't shoot people, Sal. It's just so funny.
All right,
we can talk about it.
Let's get to break. We got Skraby's book report or movie reports coming later on. Let's check some traffic. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
From the 8-5.
movie reviews that he was assigned over the winter break. That's coming up in a little bit. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. Before we get to all of that, it is that time in the year where you start giving out or thinking about the postseason awards in the National Football League. And I think that it's going to be really close this year, especially for most valuable player in the league.
For sure.
There's 3 amazing candidates, any of which could easily win without a whole lot of complaint. There's probably a few more beyond those 3 that you could make a case for, but I think it's Saquon Barkley. I think it's Josh Allen. I think it's Lamar Jackson. Tony, I know you seem partial to Lamar Jackson. I don't know for a fact that you are, but you seem partial to Lamar. And when he does what he does, there's nobody better. But the same could be said for Josh Allen.
I've gone back and forth on this.
I think that's the reason it's good this year. And Saquon has had his time as well.
With all due respect to Saquon, he's a running back. And unless he broke the record, I think he was going to – it's an uphill climb for him.
Okay.
I do think
he'll be third.
I do think he's a third.
Yeah.
I had – going into week 17, I had Josh Allen.
2 weeks left.
Yeah. I had him the guy.
Right.
And I had him the guy by a nice margin. But then Lamar's last 2 weeks plus
Josh Allen's handoff yesterday.
The last thing that the voters are get a chance to remember
is him coming out of that game after one snap.
After one snap, yeah. And the week before he didn't have one of his great Josh Allen games. Yeah. That being said, I can see this year going to Josh Allen, in large part because he's done more with less. And I think there is a voter fatigue thing that happens when you're voting for a guy multiple times. We've seen it in the NBA.
Lamar Jackson, if he wins, it'll be his third time.
Yes, and this is the best statistical.
That's like Hall of Fame, top of the class category. Marino didn't win 3. Montana didn't win 3. No. I mean, Favre, I think, is one of the few guys, and maybe Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
And maybe Brady and Manning, if that. I mean, there's 3 wins of MVP is ridiculous.
This is
you're right.
This
Tony.
is best statistical season. He's got I think he finished with the highest QB rating ever.
He's also now the leading rusher ever for quarterbacks.
He's got his own Ohtani club, right?
He's going to put that record out of sight. No one's ever going to touch
4,000 yards passing, 900 yards rushing, never been done.
Yeah.
But I do think
Josh Allen's going to win.
Josh Allen's going to win.
Really?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm not. Either one of them, this is one of those years I won't be mad either way it goes because they are both deserving of it. I can just see this year it going to Josh Allen.
Skraby, I'll let you work on Coach of the Year. Dan Campbell, your guy, Kevin O'Connell. Your guy, Kevin O'Connell, Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh.
Yep.
Any of those Harbaughs.
You're picking all my favorite people.
Well, we can't give it to your guy Shanahan this year. I'm sorry. He's not in the hunt.
It's okay.
I hope Kevin wins it, to be honest with you, but I think Dan Campbell's going to get it.
I think Dan Campbell will get it, but I think Kevin O'Connell did way more with much less. Coming into the year, no one thought the Vikings were even going to be a winning team.
Kevin O'Connell had Sam Darnold. Dan Campbell had an all-star team.
Building off of the last couple years.
You've said this a lot. He still coaches for the Detroit Lions, and no matter how pretty, they've looked the last 2 years, it is embedded in everybody's head how bad of an organization they have been. And so, again, a lot of these awards in all sports are about storylines as much as it's about statistics and things that are happening. Dan Campbell has the better storyline. We're talking about him far more than we're talking about Kevin O'Connell.
Potentially winning a Super Bowl with the Lions.
Right.
That's almost impossible.
That's nuts.
It's funny. I'm reading Bill Barnwell's article, and he said after Week 9, his pick for Coach of the Year would have been Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd mention that too, in case
I know Michael Venezuela.
Our guy Michael's listening.
Not very happy.
I've
been
hearing
Tomlin.
from the Steelers fans
Oh, they're livid with Mike Tomlin now.
It's not
Get
even
him out of
Tony
there.
and I say, bring
Get
it
him
on.
out of there.
Just let him coach for my team.
It's not that
I'll
they
take
don't
him.
like Mike Tomlin.
I'll take him.
They really like Mike Tomlin.
No, they don't.
It just he wins 9 games every year and then gets eliminated in the first round.
Listen,
Bummer.
It's bummer. I think ultimately, I believe he has coached very little talent since they had the Bell, Brown. Who was the other B they had? They had 3 Bs, I think it was. Bell, Brown,
of course.
Big Ben.
Big Ben, yeah.
So I mean, they haven't had that type of talent since those guys left. I mean, Mr. Pickens, as talented as he is, this man cannot get out of his emotions. Like, he is an emotional dude, and usually he wrecks, whether it's going good or it's going bad. And that's really their only threat outside the tight end.
You mean jumping up and down on the field after you're wide open and they missed you isn't a good look?
The tight end dropped the ball that would have given them a victory the other night as well.
1,000%.
George Pickens dropped 3 passes in the game the other night.
One last one on the awards, and we'll go to break here. But Barnwell picking Defensive Rookie of the Year. I'm stunned by this. He says Chop Robinson from the Dolphins should win it. Defensive end.
Am I missing somebody? I feel like
I watched a lot of their games. I remember maybe 2 sacks.
Is there not many? Well, there's a couple good defenders. There's a guy. I think the Falcons had a really good rookie defender.
He lists Jared Verse, edge rusher for the Rams, second place. Kalen Bullock, safety of the Texans, for third. I just can't believe that Chop Robinson would be the defensive rookie of the year. But
that's a great
that would shock
name,
me.
by the way.
Shock me. Chop. And by the way, whenever he gets a sack, he pulls out his sledgehammer like he's chopping. Oh, that's inventive.
Okay.
That's inventive.
Oh, it's better than the seatbelt I see all the DBs putting on after they lock someone down.
Oh, is that the new one now?
Who's the guy on Fox who's a former Saint? He's an announcer. I can't remember his name.
Vilma.
Vilma. He was so upset that he said when back in my day when I played, I didn't get to do all these cool celebrations because it was looked down upon. And so he's like jealous that they get to do all these cool things.
I get that. So what the dudes who used to get fined for the celebrations. Now it's like a free-for-all in the celebrations.
Now you're celebrated for your celebrations.
Indeed.
Finishing up. We better get to break. We're way past. You're gonna get angry.
You are not producing today, buddy.
This is me.
Gonna get angry at yourself, Skrabe. More Gwynn and Chris coming up.
5:39 on the clock. Chris, I think Skraby wants you to fix your camera.
I want to send a shout out.
Go ahead.
So we just got good news from our guy himself, Kirk Kenny.
Oh, yes.
Whose wife had not been feeling well recent months, but she's back home and feeling better.
Yeah.
He just texted us that information. I just want to share it out there. Good for Kirk. Good for Mrs. Kirk, Kenny, Leanne.
Yes.
And we're really happy to hear that.
Yeah.
That's as good a holiday present as you can get.
Quick,
for sure.
Quick jump back to full health for Leanne before too long here.
I met her for the first time at Kirk's Chick-fil-A. The reason we the reason that we
the only guy in
the man who had
eaten Chick-fil-A every day for 3 straight years.
The reason I'm talking to Kirk is because he texted me after we talked about Josh Allen coming out of the game, whether or not that's an actual streak. He said that consecutive game streak isn't like going to Chick-fil-A 1,257 straight days.
That's a real record.
Let me tell
Kirk.
you something. Having had Chick-fil-A on the team plane for, I don't know, maybe 12 consecutive trips.
12,000 sounds a little much.
I don't know how he went 1,000 days.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
1,287 days.
That's insane.
I went to Chick-fil-A over the break too, and I felt like it was sitting on me for 3 days.
I haven't been to Chick-fil-A probably since.
That spicy chicken sandwich.
It's bomb, but when you've had it every trip for however many consecutive trips, you just...
Excuse me, I'm texting my wife. I'm going to be late. I'm stopping at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, and the Chick-fil-A sauce is so good. You can buy that in the store now. It's dangerous.
My kids think that stuff is like gold.
It is.
It's not. It's overrated.
It is. It makes everything good.
Chick-fil-A sauce is overrated.
Your kids are funny, good. Tony Gwynn Jr. The fact that they tried to lean out of the picture when you were put on the video board at Viejas is pretty funny to me.
They were freaking out, too.
NFL players who have won 3 or more MVP awards in history. Peyton Manning, 5. Aaron Rodgers, 4. Tom Brady, Jim Brown, Brett Favre, Johnny Unitas, 3. Lamar Jackson is this close to joining that group. Yeah. There's only 6 guys.
I used to be a Lamar denier. There's no denying.
Well, you never had to tackle him. That's the brain.
Hey, I know someone who knows Fred Warner's mom, okay? And they told me Fred Warner was asked who the hardest quarterback to tackle in the NFL is, and he said Lamar, not because he's fast, but because he's so much bigger and stronger than you think he is.
He's also fast and shifty.
Yeah, but that
I appreciate Lamar because he came into this. Remember, they were trying to make him a wide receiver or running. They were trying to make him anything but a quarterback.
I heard that story.
He refused. That's why he went as late as he did, and to see him improve from year 1 to whatever year this is, it's been impressive.
It's unfair.
I saw somebody bring up an interesting Super Bowl possibility. It's a little too early to pick the Super Bowl, but somebody somewhere wrote that he wanted to see a Baltimore-Minnesota Super Bowl because the one guy that has slowed down Lamar Jackson, like completely flustered him, was Brian Flores when he coached the Dolphins. And you remember they had a Monday night game a long time ago. Miami was terrible at the time. But they blitzed him into oblivion, and Lamar Jackson had no chance.
They just kept blitzing.
And the writer brought that up and said that Lamar Jackson has not faced Brian Flores in any game since then. And he said it would be really interesting if that were to happen.
The cool thing about those matchups, Super Bowl matchups, is that both teams get the 2 weeks to kind of prepare for it. And that's why usually you see a stalemate through like the first quarter and a half.
Takes a little while to figure out what to do.
Everybody figures out, all right, this is where we can attack.
I'd like to see Lamar Jackson in a Super Bowl. I mean, he hasn't been there to the biggest stage. And that's the same goes for Josh Allen. I wouldn't mind seeing MVP candidates. You know, either of them.
I wouldn't mind seeing either of those two, but there is a part of me that wants to see this three-peat happen.
Let me tell you something, Tony. I don't know who I'm going to pick yet, but if you take a look at the 3 top teams in the AFC, only one of the 3 has any defense at all.
Yeah.
And that's the Chiefs.
I don't know.
I hate to tell you, people.
Baltimore's defense the last 3-4 weeks
against Cleveland
has started to
not
come
worried.
on.
I'm not thinking. Not doing there.
It wasn't just Cleveland, though. They stopped a juggernaut.
Oh,
there,
yeah,
too.
Houston, too. All right.
Houston scored 2 points. Can we talk about how embarrassing that was?
If Houston was a team I was talking about, I retract my statement. They're not a juggernaut.
Yeah, they're not. 31-2. That was embarrassing performance on Christmas. You know what I thought? I saw a meme this morning that's so true, and I don't think they ever thought about this. But since the Rams and the Chargers share a stadium,
a Rams-Chargers Super Bowl?
No, a Rams NFC Championship, a Chargers AFC Championship. They're always played on the same day. How are they going to do that if that happened?
Oh, you mean they're both the home team?
Yeah. How would they do that?
That would take a lot of crazy things to happen.
It would, but still.
That would be kind of cold to see.
Like, are they going to rip up the field in between games and put down the Chargers logo or something?
Oh,
I would never root for that to happen, but I kind of am secretly going to root for it now.
I just want to see
Do
the
they have a
scrambling.
retractable turf?
No.
Like Arizona does?
No, they have fake turf.
No, I'm saying like Arizona rolls.
Yeah, no, they don't.
They don't? Okay.
Because the Chargers are the 5th seed, so the only way they could host is if they played the 6th or 7th seed.
That means everybody else would have to lose.
And the same
before they
happens
get
for the
there.
Rams. They're the 4 seed. They would need another wild
But
card.
still fun to think
It can happen.
That would be
Interesting
wild.
point by somebody who's thinking
That-
along the lines
that
that I usually
person out
think
there.
like. Yeah,
It was a meme.
it's usually how I think about stuff.
All right, Scrape.
We need traffic first.
We're going to get to traffic, and after we come back, we get to hear your movie reports.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your trusted instant drive-thru oil change. Got a collision on eastbound 8 before Lake Murray. Looks like that's blocking the 3 right lanes. Couple vehicles involved in that. Also traveling on westbound 8 near College with reports of a stalled car over to the right shoulder. Southbound side of the 15, right at the West 52 connector ramp. 4 or 5 vehicles got into it there in the center divide. And on the coastline, southbound 5 near Harbor Drive, there's a collision over to the right shoulder. Stop by any of the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change Centers. You don't have to get out of your car. Usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, get a free courtesy check your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
I really enjoyed this.
All right, so before the break, Skraby gave me 3 movies to watch.
And
I
how many
fought
did you
him
watch?
and fought him and fought him. I watched one of the 3, so I deserve a ding for that. I was supposed to watch all 3. Unfortunately, usually when I sit down to watch TV, my wife is with me, and when she found out that Cool Runnings was going to cost $4.99,
no,
it was
It's a
not
little
going to
ridiculous for
happen.
Cool Runnings, but you should have paid it. It's a great movie.
I didn't say. You tell her. Now, Skraby ran into the same problem with the movies I recommended, but
He went to Russian websites.
He went to a Russian website and found them for free, and he doesn't have his wife leaning over his shoulder telling him not to pay the money.
Or
So-
go to that website because the FBI is going to show up at your house.
So you did watch the 3 I asked for.
Yes.
And 2 of them are funny. To me, it's interesting because 2 of them are recognized as classics, 12 Angry Men and Rear Window. But you said the one you like the best is Dog Day Afternoon, which is an Academy Award nominated film, but not necessarily a classic.
Okay, let's start with Rear Window.
Okay, James Stewart, Grace Kelly.
Yes.
Alfred Hitchcock film.
Yes, this guy breaks his leg. He has to sit in his apartment all day. He looks out the window. He believes that there's someone that was murdered across the way.
Yep.
And so they do this investigation. Number 1, here's my notes.
He's got notes.
All right.
That was a Don. Was that a Don snap right there?
Oh, that's. I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah,
I don't even
you'll
know.
rip that paper doing it. I wouldn't.
First thing.
Siskel or Ebert over there?
1957, I believe this movie was, or 54?
1950 something, yeah.
Lots and lots of skin in this movie. I could not believe how much skin.
This is not what you were supposed to come up with in Rear Window, but okay.
I also thought it was really funny that he had an insurance nurse that came every single day to help him.
Yes, that would
with
not
his
happen
physical
any
therapy. The suits were huge back in the day. Back in the 50s.
The suits that the characters wore.
Yeah, like
Right.
the jackets are like 3 times too
Just
big.
think Dick Tracy.
Yeah, yes. Another thing is, this dude needs to get a life. He's just watching people out his window the entire movie.
But that's the allure of that movie was the voyeuristic quality of it, where you're looking out the window with this guy,
yes,
and you're watching all of these lives go on,
yes,
including the one where he thinks this husband has murdered his wife, but he's not really sure.
Spoiler alert, he did murder his wife.
He did.
It's over 70 years old. So
Rear Window.
Rear Window was pretty good. And the one creepy part I thought about it was, or I found about it, was when he kept sitting, the guy across the street kept sitting in his window smoking, but no lights on, so you just see the cherry of the cigarette light up every 5 seconds. I thought it was pretty creepy.
That'd be kind of creepy for sure.
Yeah. 12 Angry Men. It's about a jury, and they have to decide whether or not this kid is guilty of murdering his dad.
Right.
Here's what I'll say about this. This was the most boring one to me.
Found that one boring.
Yes. But I will say people have not changed at all since the 50s, because this movie was made in the 50s.
Right.
There's one guy who wants to go to the Yankees game, so he's ready to put this kid to death. There's one guy who doesn't even care, so he's ready to put this kid to death. And there's only one guy in the room that's like, hey, we should probably take a look and see whether or not this kid is actually guilty.
Yes.
And before we send him to death. All these people were resigned to sending him to death.
I mean, the only difference between now and then is that we know everybody's thoughts now. Before, it'd just be a thought out, and
this play called out all those thoughts.
Right. It did.
Well, the original vote is 11-1
Yes.
to put him to death.
Yes.
Henry Fonda is the lone juror who says, "Wait a second, let's talk about it." You're talking about Jack Klugman, who plays Jack Warden. I'm sorry, who plays juror number 7.
Yes,
he's the baseball fan.
Yes,
he's voting to put the kid to death until the vote becomes even.
Yeah.
Then he's the first one to jump to the other side. Yeah. All right, you're right. Let's let him off. He just wants out of there.
He's a floppity flopper, huh?
And there's no air conditioning, so they're sweating the entire time.
But Henry Fonda basically convinces everybody to turn their vote.
And he does
when
it in a really great way.
Evidence.
So I'm not saying this movie was terrible.
It's not.
It was a little slow, but I thought
you
it
dug
was
it.
He finally wins everybody over.
This is the first time I've ever heard Skraby say a movie was anything but good.
Yeah, well,
or
there's
great.
no there's no killing in 12 Angry Men. There's no action
there was,
scenes.
Actually. The kid killed his dad.
Yeah, wait, that's not on camera.
Spoiler alert. The kid did not kill his dad.
At the end, no. Henry Fonda got everybody switched.
Okay, final one. Dog Day Afternoon.
This
Al
is your
Pacino
favorite.
robs a bank.
Comedy.
I thought it was a comedy.
It's probably not
The
a comedy. I
comedy.
can't believe you thought it was a comedy.
Well, now I'm thinking
How many
about
comedies end up with the lead character shot point blank in the forehead at the end of the movie?
Pretty funny.
Pineapple Express. I thought this movie was really good. This was my favorite one. Al Pacino was
But Al
great.
Pacino's phenomenal,
But I
right?
thought it was a comedy because he decides to rob a bank, and they go into a bank that just had their money transferred, so there's like $1,000 in this bank. I thought that was kind of funny. Here are some other lines. By the way, I worked in a bank, so this was like flashback. The FDIC logo has not changed at all. Just want to let you guys know about that.
1974 till now.
When everything falls apart, Al Pacino says, quote, "What a bleeping comedy this is." I thought that was hilarious. Also, he tells his friend Sal that they're going to go to Algeria and get a plane. And the guy goes, or someone asks him, like, "What's in Algeria?" He goes, "I don't know. They have a Howard Johnson there."
Hojo.
I thought that was hilarious, too. But thinking about it, back in the day, like having a movie, because he wants to rob the bank to give money to someone to get a sex change operation.
That's right. It was very
this is the
ahead of its
70s.
time in a lot of ways.
Way ahead of its time.
Yeah, that's why he robbed the bank, to try to get the money for
Yes.
that.
And in the end, I guess it was a true story. The person did get the sex change operation, and I don't think they got the money, but
No, they didn't get the
he
money.
went to prison for it, obviously. But I thought that was very interesting for a 70s movie to be surrounded by a sex change operation.
Yeah, he slows down the entire city of New York City robbing that bank, and it becomes a big attraction.
And the people
as well.
around him love him. All the
right,
people
they start
that
rooting for the people in the people in the crowd outside the bank start rooting for Al Pacino.
The hostages don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah,
they
they
just
were
want to
kind of
hang
a
out.
fan of him after a while.
I thought it was great.
All right, I watched the one I did watch was I, Robot with Will Smith. First of all, I love the premise, the whole idea of it, and the fact that the robot is gonna, take over the world, starts taking over the world, maybe, but Will Smith kind of doesn't trust the robots. but it lost me when it got to the point that most science fiction stories get to, which is all the robots become basically bad and they all try to take over everything, and now it's Will Smith against 10,000 robots.
Who was part robot.
Will Smith.
Yes.
Right. But it lost me when it got to a very typical robot type story.
I can understand the end not being a favorite, but I love the movie.
I liked it for the good first hour and 45 minutes. So I enjoyed it.
I can see it getting a little out of hand once
it got a little out of hand.
The computer was kind of encrypted,
right.
Basically became a human.
Yeah, he basically started, messing with the other
I've seen
robots.
a lot of science fiction and read a lot of science fiction, and that's normally what happens.
Yeah.
It starts out very interesting, and then everybody becomes contaminated at the end.
That one in Minority Report are in the same.
Good too.
But I like Minority Report.
You like Minority Report
a little better.
Yeah.
I think I want more.
Real quick, I want to update this because we did talk about Alden Gonzalez's article. He has updated it with the Padres statement to go along with it. So you get a kind of feel for where both sides are coming from on this situation. So, as he said, we're going to play this down the middle moving forward. But that's going to end our show tonight. Skraby up next.
No
Chronicles.
telling how Skraby will play it.
Playoff football this Sunday.